Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. You will help me, right? Wayne and Naomi sat face to face at the dining table, eating his favorite veal. Where's Hella? Why isn't she here today? I told her we need some private space, so she rested early. Naomi cut the steak on the plate, and her feet slowly moved. He was stuffing food into his mouth, and suddenly felt a small foot wrapped in stockings slowly moving up from his trouser legs, and stopping above his thigh. Looking at the woman who was eating seriously, he stretched out his left hand, and grabbed the moving foot. Naomi, what's new? Of course, to reward you, I have customized a new Catwoman costume, and also specially customized a Batman suit. Do you want to try it together? I'd love to, ma'am. After Wayne finished eating a few bites of the beef on the plate, he pulled her up, and walked directly to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Don't worry, Wayne, there are only 2 of us in this building. I changed a long leash. You can walk your kitten slowly. Go change your clothes. I thought of a fun thing. After saying that, he walked quickly into the study and picked up a small camera from Kang's family. This is a new gadget he discovered, which has just been on the market for a short time. Naomi, do you mind leaving some rare memories? Of course not, we can watch it together later. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Wayne got up early and ran around the garden. He ignored Naomi, who was still sleeping. After breakfast, he went to the studio with Nina, who was waiting. The main work today was still auditioning. Only 2 main roles were confirmed, and there was not a single suitable actor among the 3 actors. After entering the temporary director's office, Nina took the initiative to make a cup of coffee for Wayne. Seeing that he sat at the desk and immediately started to look through the materials, Nina felt that she understood what Naomi said. This was an out-and-out workaholic, and the most important job of her, a nanny-like personal assistant, was to handle all the chores for him. Boss, what is this? A camera for shooting movies? Nina wanted to go out when she saw that he was in working state, but she found a new gadget with a strange shape. She had not been with Wayne for a long time, but she was very casual with her boss. Nina knew that he did not care about his usual attitude. As long as the work was done well, everything would be fine. So she asked directly if she had any doubts. Putting down the resume in his hand, Wayne saw the assistant holding the camera curiously. It can be regarded as a kind of camera, but to be precise, it should be called DV, digital video. The company of this book came to the studio to promote new products, and I took 2. Nina fiddled with the little thing in her hand with some curiosity, and placed it on the cabinet behind the door, aiming at her and her boss. Is that so? This thing can also shoot movies? It is much smaller than a film camera. Looking at the woman taking selfies, Wayne shook his head and ignored her, and continued to pick up the actor's resume. Someone may use it to shoot movies in the future, but it is impossible now. This technology is still difficult to popularize. If you want to use this method to replace film cameras, it will take at least 10 years to develop. But this thing is very convenient for daily life. Do you like it? It's yours, and you can record some of your favorite scenes yourself. After saying that, he remembered the madness of last night. He used the DV to record all the games of the 2 people. Thanks, boss. Leave it here first. I'll take it away when we get off work tonight. Nina made a face to the camera again, turned back to look at her boss, who was working with his head down, and gently opened the door and walked out. As soon as she walked out of the office door, she saw a big African American beauty standing at the door. She was tall, had a sexy figure unique to African Americans, a sweet face, and most importantly, her lighter skin color, which made her an attractive beauty at first glance. Hi, I'm Director Greenberg's assistant. What can I do for you? Nina took the initiative to greet her. This girl's appearance was too easy to win the favor of strangers. Hallberry was still looking at the door, trying to make sure it was the director's office, until the door opened, and a white girl came out, and took the initiative to greet her. Hi, I'm the actor who came to audition yesterday. Can I go in and talk to Director Greenberg? I have something urgent. Looking at this director's assistant who was mediocre in appearance and figure, Harry immediately put on a warm smile. He's working, I'll go ask. After saying that, Nina turned around, opened the door, and walked back to the room. Wayne looked at the assistant who had just gone out, and returned with some doubts, and noticed Black Pearl at the door, and understood what was going on. Without waiting for Nina to speak, he said directly, "Let her in, you go and do your work first, don't worry about it." Nina shrugged, walked out of the office, watched the beautiful woman go in, and closed the door. She had heard some rumors about the entertainment industry, and naturally thought more about it. After all, this African American girl was really beautiful. You have to know that Nina is just mediocre in appearance, but she is a financial tyrant in her heart. She has been in Los Angeles for a long time, and she has heard all kinds of stories and rumors about Hollywood from people around her. The most heard is that all kinds of actresses who are eager to climb up for an opportunity and a brilliant role often do a lot of things to please powerful people. She didn't think about it before, but when she saw Black Pearl, who dressed herself up gorgeously and just walked in with her butt twisted, she immediately associated it with it. After all, everyone has heard about Julia Roberts' glorious experience. Holberry stood not far from the desk, so that the man opposite could see her whole body. Then she realized that her performance was destined to be a show for the blind. The director opposite did not even look up, but kept frowning and staring at the information in his hand. "Do you want to talk to me? I'm very busy now, Ms. Barry, just say it." Looking at Wayne, who did not even raise his head, Harry took a deep breath. "Director Greenberg, my agent received a notice last night that I was eliminated from the audition. Yes, your image is too different from the role setting in the script, and this is a role that requires certain acting skills. After we discussed it, we felt that you don't need to participate in the next audition." Wayne raised his head and looked at this rare beautiful girl among the hens. Her appearance completely conforms to the mainstream aesthetics, which is very different from the normal hens with thick lips and flat noses. "I think I'm very suitable for this role." Holberry slowly took 2 steps forward, trying her best to show her figure. "Maybe you can change the character settings a little bit. I believe it's not difficult. Why can't you give me a chance?" She walked to the desk, leaned down with her hands on the desk, and looked into the man's eyes. "Or are you prejudiced against me?" Under Harry's gaze, she clearly saw the appreciation of her figure in Wayne's eyes. This look was too familiar to her. Wayne leaned back in his office chair, lit a cigarette skillfully, crossed his hands in front of him, and admired this woman. Whether it was her figure or her face, it was very consistent with the Oriental aesthetics in his soul. "I have no prejudice against actors of any skin color." Wayne exhaled a puff of green smoke and said calmly, "My words are literal, don't think too much. You are very different from the main character setting." Holberry was about to speak, but Wayne raised his hand to interrupt him. He raised the finger holding the cigarette. "I can tell you clearly that first, the character setting is a mediocre maid, and you are too tall and beautiful." He looked at Holberry, touching her face with her hand, and raised the second finger. "This role is mostly dressed like a middle-aged woman, the kind of woman who needs to work, and you are too young and your face is too tender, lacking enough life experience." Wayne continued and raised the third finger. "The most important point is that this is the role that requires the most acting skills in the whole film. Even if you can make up for it with makeup, the main facial expression needs to convey complex emotions, and you are far behind in acting." Every time Wayne gave a reason, Holberry's face became uglier. "Can't the setting be changed?" Holberry's expression returned to normal at the fastest speed. "Is the inner self more important in all movie roles?" "That's right. For this role, the inner self is definitely more important than the appearance, but the appearance is the main foil. Moreover, the story clues are prepared according to this setting. If they are changed, a series of plots will have huge problems, which can be said to be equivalent to starting over. Besides, no matter how beautiful Holberry is, it is not worth Wayne to risk millions of dollars and his directorial career. You will help me, right?" Harry rolled his eyes, walked around the desk, and walked behind the desk with a model's pace. He was less than half a meter away from Wayne, which was beyond the normal distance of interpersonal communication. "I will be very grateful to you." She paused and repeated again, "I will be very grateful to you." This is the first time that an actress has shown such intentions in front of him so nakedly, and she is the famous storm goddess and Oscar winner in the future. But he thought about the many rumors about Halle Berry again, and there was no need to be surprised. Think about what she did for Monsters Ball and Oscar actress later. Isn't it normal now? This kind of successful female star will definitely dare to gamble everything for a small opportunity. As long as you set a goal, you will pursue it unswervingly. These characteristics have won countless praises in Wayne's heart, but they cannot change his decision. Looking closely at the young director, Hall saw his appreciation for her in his eyes. She suddenly smiled. She heard that many directors and producers often look at your actions, so she just gave him some sweet treats first. I understand. She took another step forward. Before Wayne could react, Halle Berry squatted in front of his thighs, quickly reached over with both hands, and grabbed his belt. Chapter 52 Power On. The sudden situation was completely beyond Wayne's expectations, but he reacted quickly. Just when Halle Berry's hands were about to touch the belt, he kicked the desk with his feet, and the chair suddenly moved back 1 meter. Halle Berry was a little caught off guard, and her hands pushed forward too hard. She fell to her knees with a "ah," and her knees made a dull sound when they hit the ground. Ms. Halle Berry. Wayne stood up from the swivel chair, took 2 steps back, and pulled the distance between them. I'm explaining it again. You don't meet the requirements of my role. Harry stood up slowly and looked at the serious director. Or do you think it's inconvenient here? You can find a place at will. As long as you can give me this opportunity, you can come to me at any time before the filming of the film is completed. Wayne looked at Black Pearl, who still wanted to try hard, shook his head helplessly, and shouted, "Nina, Nina, come in." Nina, who was not far from the director's office, pushed open the door and walked in quickly. "What's wrong, boss? Send Ms. Berry out." He pointed at Halle Berry, who was standing there at a loss. "Send her out, to the entrance of the studio." Nina didn't know what happened, but she knew what she should do. She walked to Halle Berry and said directly, "Let's go, Ms. Berry." After taking a deep look at Wayne, Halle Berry picked up her bag, turned around and walked out the door. Even Nina could feel the anger in her eyes. Wayne shook his head helplessly, pulled back his chair, and continued to look at the preparatory materials. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the same 3 people in the same conference room started the tedious audition work again. The first person who came in today gave them a surprise. As the other party's performance was completed, Luke did not call the next one immediately, but looked at the director and producer. "I think this African American is good. It fits the image of the protagonist's grandfather more, and the performance is basically qualified." Seeing Luke looking at him, John stared at the audition playback and gave his opinion. "Okay, it's decided for the time being, Luke. Call his agent after the audition." Wayne also thought it was okay and decided directly. "Call the next one." The door opened again, and a young man came in again, with prominent ears and a hippie expression, introducing himself. "I'm Will Smith, from Philadelphia, a hip-hop singer who has just turned into an actor. I've guest starred in the ABC comedy series ABC After School Special, and starred in the sitcom The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which has been broadcast on NBC. This year, my album Home Base ranked 4th on the North American Billboard, and my group also won the Best Rap Duo award at the 34th Grammy Awards." Listening to his self-introduction, Luke and John looked at each other and felt that there was little hope. The other party's worth must be high. Although this role is the male lead, the pay is really not high, which may not satisfy his appetite. "Mr. Smith, make a serious expression, yes, and make a horrified expression, okay." Wayne ignored the 2 of them and directed the future King of Smith, asking him to keep making some facial expressions. The effect is good. Although he is not famous for his acting skills, he knew how to perform before and was very talented. "It's like this, Will. You are going to play the leading actor in this film. With your ability, it's not a problem at all. However, the investment in this project is very low, so if you decide to play, the salary will be very low. Can you accept it?" Wayne asked him directly about the salary. If he could accept it, the leading actor would be his. If not, he would quickly find someone else to audition. "The leading actor?" Will Smith looked at him and asked. "Yes, the leading actor. I believe that in Hollywood, there are definitely not many roles for African American leading actors now. Okay, I'll play it. Don't you need to discuss it with your agent again? No, as long as you are sure to be the leading actor, I can make the decision myself. Will Smith showed his signature smile again. We will contact your agent and come to sign the contract tomorrow. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Okay, happy cooperation. Watching the hip hop singer open the door and walk out, he breathed a sigh of relief. The leading actor was definitely no problem. Compared with his future achievements, this role must not be difficult. Are you optimistic about this? Hey buddy. Luke had never seen him think so highly of any actor, not even Naomi Watts. Of course. He lit a cigarette skillfully. He will become a star in the future, I swear. After the audition results of the male lead came out, it was not difficult to find the following roles. On the third day, the actor of the maid was selected by newcomer Mace Shelley, and the role of the protagonist's father was also a newcomer named Aidan Lissman. Just after all the actor contracts were signed, and the minor supporting roles were all finalized, the crew quickly started to work, and prepared to start filming immediately. We will officially start filming tomorrow. What else has not been done? Looking at the group of staff in the room, this is the last preparatory meeting before filming. A room full of people surrounded Wayne, which made him feel quite high-spirited. Compared with the last film shooting, this time at Warner Studios is much more convenient, and the scale of the crew is also much larger than last time. In addition to the main camera, lighting, props, and set design personnel, the entire crew also has double the number of deputy positions. Warner's complete film production system provides them with too much convenience. Everything is okay. Production manager John saw Wayne looking at him and instantly understood what he meant. We have communicated with Merrill Lynch Insurance Company and the funds can be spent at any time. Okay. There is no problem with the actors and all have been notified. Luke took out the notebook, looked at it, and began to speak. All the main actors will come to the studio on time tomorrow. Okay, we will shoot our scenes together, and we will not leave Warner Studios until all the shots in the studio are shot. The feeling of holding power was a bit intoxicating for Wayne, and the production manager did not give him any constraints at all. No wonder those commercial film crews would fight for power. This feeling of everyone centering on you is simply addictive. This is a small investment project. If it were a large group of hundreds or thousands of people, it would definitely be more exciting. The estimated shooting time for all the shots is 3 months, and most of them will be shot in the studio. Many of us are working together for the first time, so we need to get used to each other as soon as possible. I believe in your professional level. Finally, after looking around at the staff, who were staring at him, Wayne waved his hand to disband the meeting. How do you feel? Do you feel like a king? Jimmy went back to the office with him and chatted casually. The smooth preparations made everyone feel very good. It was good to lean on a big tree for shade. There was almost nothing that they could not provide in Warner Studios. Hey, Jimmy, although the feeling of being a king is very addictive, you will never experience the pressure. This was absolutely true. Since Wayne started the preparations, the pressure naturally came to him. As time goes by, the pressure will only get bigger and bigger. You will do a great job, just like last time. I believe in you. Jimmy smiled and praised him, looking at his face and continued, your contract with CAA is still an internship contract. Let's find a time to change the contract. What do you think? Okay, I can do it anytime. This was something he had promised the other party a long time ago, and he was not going to fire Jimmy, so there was no obstacle for him to change the contract. I will come up with the contract terms as soon as possible and guarantee your interests. Jimmy breathed a sigh of relief. He got what he wanted. Okay, let's go together. I have to go back early today to prepare for tomorrow's filming. After packing up the things they needed to bring, the two went out and called Nina and took a battery car to go out together. At 8 o'clock the next morning, all the people in the studio were silent and prepared for their own work. Today was the first day of shooting, and no one wanted to have any accidents. Wayne also sat behind the monitor, looking at the shooting plan in the director's notebook. Director Greenberg, let's shoot my scene first. He looked up and saw Will Smith standing in front of him. This alternative Hay actor was very tactful and could be said to be a typical representative of Hay skin and white heart. Yes, the scene is very simple. Believe me, it's not difficult for you at all. Wayne pointed to the chair where the props were moving and continued, you will be tied to it in a while, and all you have to do is get confused when you hear the sound of the teacup. Okay, I'm fine. Yes, it was still his old strategy, putting all the simplest scenes in the front to shoot, to help the crew members get used to each other, and to help the new actor slowly find their acting state. Everyone, pay attention. Let's try shooting first. Robert, pay attention to adjusting the camera position. Hearing the directors shout, everyone left the center, and Will Smith and Aiden and Rebecca, who played the heroine's parents, also said they were ready. First test shoot of the first act of Get Out begins. Wayne sat behind the monitor, his eyes fixed on the monitor screen. He didn't have to act as a photographer, so he could focus on the shooting process. Cut. Good performance. Wayne stood up and walked to the white parents. Rebecca, you have to pay attention to the expression when you knock on the cup. It is the kind of expression with some weird arrogance. You have to put yourself in the role of a weird psychiatrist. Okay, director. Rebecca nodded immediately. This was not difficult for her. Let's do it again. If the effect is good, we will start shooting directly. He sat back in the director's chair and waved to Luke. Everyone, pay attention. The second test shoot of the first act of Get Out begins. Just as they started the busy shooting in the studio, countless reporters rushed to Warner Studios with their cameras. Wayne, who had just finished the first shot, was still directing the camera position when Jimmy ran in front of him in a disheveled manner. Hey, Jimmy, this is not like you. What happened? Looking at the disheveled agent with his shirt exposed, Wayne asked him curiously. Watch TV, Wayne. Call John to come back to the office with me. Chapter 53 Racial Discrimination. John and Wayne, looking puzzled, followed Jimmy back to the small conference room and watched him turn on the TV to NBC. This is NBC News. Just now, Ms. Hallberry was interviewed and said that the young director Wayne Greenberg sexually harassed her and severely racially discriminated against her. Wayne Greenberg's last film, Happy Death Day, has just been withdrawn from the global market. This small production with an investment of $1 million has just harvested $120 million in box office from more than 60 countries around the world. And is this newly graduated billion-dollar director really a pervert and a racist? The following is a real-time picture of our reporter interviewing Hallberry. Ms. Berry, you said that you were sexually harassed and racially discriminated against by director Greenberg. Hallberry said in a positive tone. Yes, in the director's office at Warner Studios. Excuse me, can you tell me why you went to his office? The NBC reporter seemed to cooperate with her and find a motive for her behavior. Hallberry showed an embarrassed expression at the right time. Because director Greenberg asked me to audition, he said that my first day of audition was not very good and he hoped to perform again. Ms. Berry, what did he do to you? Why do you say he is racist? He asked me to take off all my clothes and kneel on his. At this point, she deliberately closed her mouth and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing her choking, the female reporter encouraged her with some indignation. It's okay, Harry, tell us everything you have experienced. It's over. The public has the right to know. Movie fans need to recognize this scumbag. Hallberry wiped her tears and continued to say to the camera with courage, he told me that, as long as I was obedient and served him, he would give me the role. You know, I want to win the role through my own efforts, and I don't want this. Seeing that I didn't agree to this deal, director Greenberg wanted to tear my clothes off, and I dodged him and prepared to escape. Then, Harry, be brave and tell us everything. The reporter continued to encourage her just right. Then she called me a nigger son of a bitch. She also threatened me that, if I walked out of this office today, he would join forces with the agency to ban me and make it impossible for me to shoot movies forever. With a snap, Jimmy turned off the TV and looked at Wayne, whose face was livid. This bixks. It was not until Jimmy turned off the TV that Wayne realized what had happened. He immediately realized that something was wrong and full of conspiracy. Director Greenberg. John looked at him seriously. Did you do those things? This is very important. I need to know what you did so that I can communicate with the company about public relations methods. I didn't. I'm not that horny. Not to mention that he didn't do it. Even if there was something, he couldn't admit it at this time. She did come to my office that day, but it was completely contrary to what she said. I couldn't do those brainless things. In this country, you can smoke leaf tobacco, have a messy private life, even have promiscuous sex, and even curse at the president and congressman. The only thing you can't touch is racial discrimination. Especially in the fame and fortune circle of Hollywood. If you are identified as a racist, it is equivalent to completely giving up your career, because the public will never pay for the work of a racist. Because Jimmy ran in from the door of the studio, his face was red after intense exercise. After turning off the TV, he asked uncertainly, "You really didn't do anything to her? You know, this is a big problem. Definitely a big problem that will affect your career. You must be honest with me." "I didn't do anything. Let me think about it alone." Wayne habitually lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. "John, please announce to the crew that today's work is over and we will continue shooting tomorrow." John and Jimmy looked at each other and left the meeting room together, leaving him alone to think. "John, tell the crew to refuse interviews from reporters. There must be reporters outside the Warner Studios now." Jimmy reminded the production manager that these reporters were like sharks that smelled blood, especially those gossip tabloids. "I will say it, but the effect cannot be guaranteed." John shook his arm helplessly. There were dozens of crew members. No one can guarantee that no one will talk nonsense. Moreover, there are several African Americans among the main actors. They are fragile and always unite at such times. Wayne was right not to show up first. Now it seems that whether this film can continue to be filmed is a big problem. At this time, almost all the crew members have received the news, and several African American actors are sitting together and discussing in a low voice. After John announced the temporary holiday, everyone walked out quietly in a weird atmosphere. When leaving the studio, everyone found that reporters had blocked the door, and NBC even drove a news broadcast car here. Among all the people, the most conspicuous was Will Smith. As soon as he went out, before he even walked to the parking lot, he was surrounded by a large group of reporters. No matter how hard the Warner security guards tried to stop him, he could not move. "Mr. Smith, did Wayne Greenberg use any racial slurs against you?" "Well, let's talk about the racial slurs against director Greenberg. Will you speak out in support of Halle Berry? After all, you are the same color." Countless voices poured into Will Smith's ears, but he kept in mind his agent's instructions and said nothing. He would never express any opinions now. He walked silently to the parking lot under the protection of security guards. Inside the studio, Nina took the phone and walked into the small conference room, waking up Wayne, who was thinking, "Your mother's call, boss." He took the phone and put it to his ear, listening to his mother's caring advice. "Mom, don't worry, I will solve this matter." "Yes, I didn't say those words, nor did I let her do those things." "Okay, I will solve it as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Wayne sighed. Even his mother, who was far away on the farm in the suburbs, called, which shows how big the matter was. The outside world must be full of news about him now. Jimmy also opened the door and walked back, sitting down next to him. "I just asked the company. Halle Berry fired her agent a day ago and joined William Morris, the bitch." "Don't worry, Jimmy. There are many weird things about this. Even if she wanted to expose my racial discrimination, why did she wait 2 days to accept the interview? There is something wrong here. And which media was the first to spread the news on a large scale?" Jimmy and Nina gave the answer together. "NBC." Wayne has never lost his composure. Panic can't solve any problems. What he has to do now is to think clearly about the cause and effect and find a way to save public opinion. "I just turned on the TV and watched it again. Only the media TV stations and a cons cart are reporting this on a large scale. What does this mean? This is a premeditated smear. Cons cart, cons. Universal Pictures?" Jimmy reacted immediately. No way. According to his own reasoning, it was also the work of Universal Pictures. Only this Hollywood giant can mobilize so many media, and it is the media of the parent company. This is to kill him with public opinion. "Jimmy, I'm not fit for the road right now. You go talk to Warner and see what they think. Nina, let's go home first. I need to think about a solution. Wayne put out the cigarette in his hand and stood up to go out. Wait, Wayne. Jimmy stopped him and asked carefully, what about the cruise filming? Will it continue tomorrow? Continue. As long as the end of the world hasn't come, the filming can't stop. We must not delay the progress. When Wayne's electric car arrived at the door, all the big and small media reporters rushed up to block him like a nest, and countless microphones and recorders were placed in front of him. At this time, he moved forward without saying a word. He understood the truth, that the more he said, the more mistakes he made. In this kind of thing, the disadvantaged group always stood on the moral high ground. Under the protection of 7 or 8 security guards, when he was about to squeeze in front of the car, a reporter asked a question loudly. Director Greenberg, shouldn't you apologize to Holberry? Shouldn't you apologize to the public? The colored communities in North America are waiting for your apology. Is discrimination against colored people the influence of your family's education since childhood? Wayne was about to get in the car, but when he heard this, he immediately gave up moving forward and turned back to look at the reporter with cold eyes. That's right, this is the female reporter who interviewed Holberry. Seeing him stop, the reporter immediately put the microphone in front of his mouth, hoping that the young man would be irritated and say something without thinking. Are you so sure that what Holberry said is true? So sure that I racially discriminated against her? What evidence do you have? Just say, apologize. Sorry, it's impossible to apologize. I didn't do anything. After saying that, he immediately got in the car and drove slowly forward under the protection of the security guards. Just when all the reporters thought he was about to leave, he stopped the car abnormally. Wayne rolled down the car window and asked the female reporter, excuse me, what's your name? My name is Jeffrey Cass. Are you threatening me? Director Greenberg. When Wayne asked her name, she almost burst into laughter. After all, young people can't hold back their temper. Ah, you can understand it this way, Miss Cass. I will mail you a lawyer's letter. You must be responsible for your own words. After saying that, without waiting for her response, he raised the window and slowly accelerated away. He never wanted to bother with these small characters. After such a big thing happened, he didn't have the time to care about them. But what she said about Wayne's family completely hurt his nerves. In this life, he can be said to have a perfect family. He loves his father and mother very much, and will never allow anyone to slander them. Chapter 54 Fried Fish. After parking the car at the manor, Wayne walked into the living room under Nina's worried eyes. When he just came in, there were dozens of reporters from all sizes of media surrounding the door. The first thing he did when he got home was to call Hella and ask her to contact the security company as soon as possible and hire a few security personnel. His house was too big, and no one could guarantee what those extreme people would do. Naomi also came down from the upstairs and sat with Nina, looking at him worriedly. Naomi, seeing the blonde sitting opposite him, he was a little surprised. You should go back to your own apartment now, instead of coming here. I think your agent should have told you about the seriousness of it. Naomi shook her head and said in a relaxed tone, I fired her. Now you need someone to stand by you. Wayne smiled, a sincere smile. This was the first good news he heard today. What should we do now? When I came back, the African American actors in the crew were not in good condition. Naomi's tone was full of worry. She felt that this film might die. If things are not handled well, I'm afraid those African Americans will. Don't be afraid, we can use the contract to talk. He is not worried about this. There are still many smart people in Hollywood. They know that before things are concluded, they must not make any random thoughts. Are we going to let that son of a bitch keep talking nonsense? Naomi was very angry. She turned on the TV and watched the news. As soon as she came back, she has no evidence at all. Why do all the media believe her and speak on her side? This kind of thing does not require evidence, Naomi. As long as I can't prove that I didn't do it, the public will naturally stand on her side. Wayne had seen through this matter a long time ago. No matter who planned all this behind the scenes, it can be said that it hit him directly in the weak spot. Now all he can do is to calm himself, never panic, and slowly wait for the heat to pass. The next morning, all kinds of gossip tabloids that are afraid of chaos in the world reported this matter with sensational headlines. Except for the media related to Universal Pictures, the big media newspapers are relatively conservative. They only reported the course of events. They did not tend to report randomly before there was concrete news. There are reasons for this. Warner Brothers. After all, this giant has a lot of face. But the tabloids are different. They like the most to stimulate the public. This incident is obviously one of them. Shameful racist. He seriously lacks respect for women and is a perverted porn maniac. Wayne Greenberg, a shameless discriminator. Perverted. All kinds of similar titles were thrown at Wayne, as if they would never stop unless they pulled him into the abyss. Sitting in the car driven by Nina, he threw the newspaper in his hand behind him. His emotions were very stable, and he had guessed this result long ago. Having already called in advance, Nina drove the car directly into the studio and parked in front of the studio. After getting off the car, John was already waiting for him. Obviously, things were still fermenting. As they walked in, John said, "Many organizations of people of color have protested. There are also groups such as the Women's Federation and Women's Equality Organization, which have published appeals in newspapers to unite women and hope to use legal means. Things are very troublesome. We are too passive now." Warner tried its best to suppress the reports of those major media, but it can't do anything about the TV networks and newspapers undercome scar. That's enough, John. Wayne was not as angry and panicked as he thought. He had a calm expression on his face. "Let's focus on filming first. The heat won't be so high forever." The good news is that the actors and staff of the crew came to work early in the morning, and the main African American actors did not shirk their leave because of this. The bad thing is that it didn't go smoothly from the beginning of filming. Even the simplest scenes would have various work mistakes. Wayne patiently waited for the crew to run in. In his heart, nothing is more important than making a good film. In the morning, everyone was absent-minded and only 3 shots were shot. No one could do anything about this sudden accident. When everyone was taking a break at noon, Jimmy brought 2 more newspapers, threw them on the table, and said helplessly, "Mel Gibson accepted an interview with a reporter. He said that you are just a little kid who has not been well educated. You must have said those words. He asked you to apologize to the public as soon as possible." After that, he took a big sip of water and pointed to another newspaper and said, "Hey, this is what Morgan Freeman and Spike Lee said in an interview. They said that they would unite all African American groups and accuse you. Now, all kinds of monsters and demons have jumped out. As long as they don't like him, they will come out to step on him." Sure enough, the code of conduct in this circle is to step on the weak and add insult to injury. Hey, if we had evidence, it would be great. That bitch dared to talk nonsense because she knew that there was no one else in the office. Jimmy sighed. What happened in the past 2 days made him exhausted. Nina heard his complaints and suddenly screamed. Without saying hello, she ran out in her high heels and drove out of the studio. What happened to her? Jimmy was startled and asked Wayne in confusion. "I don't know, maybe something urgent happened." He didn't care about Nina at the moment. He wanted to focus all his energy on filming to avoid himself from thinking too much. Just as the lunch break was over and Wayne was about to start his afternoon work, Nina walked into the office, holding her bag with a mysterious expression. Under the puzzled gaze of Jimmy and the others, she took out a DV from her bag and placed it in front of Wayne. "The DV you gave me was dead when I took it home that night, and I never watched it since. It was only just now that I remembered that when I left your office, I took a selfie of the 2 of us. It must be that the DV was working when it was dead. I went back to check just now, and it was still dead, but after I changed the battery and turned it on, the picture inside was absolutely surprising." After hearing her explanation, Wayne quickly turned on the DV. Yes, there was only this long video in it. Jimmy also came forward, and the 3 of them stared at the small screen above. The first thing that appeared was Nina's selfie. Not long after, Hallberry walked into the office. The scenes that happened later were not as clear as those taken with a film camera, but people could still see clearly what happened, and even their words were recorded very clearly. Seeing this, Wayne put aside all his worries. He ignored Jimmy, who was staring at the screen, stood up and gave the assistant a hug, whispering in her ear, "Thank you, Nina, thank you." "Well, boss, you're welcome. How about it? I don't have to worry about losing my job this time, right?" Yes, what Nina was most worried about was losing her job. She now needed this high-paying job to help her family, otherwise she would not have given up an internship at a big Wall Street company to be a little assistant. "Of course, you saved all of us." Looking at this ordinary looking face, even the freckles next to her nose now seemed so playful and vivid to him. "As long as you are willing, you don't need to worry about this problem in the future." After saying that, he turned his head, looked at his agent and said, "Go, call John over secretly, and let's discuss how to use this thing." With this effective evidence, he can now be said to be in an invincible position, so he began to have more ideas. Wayne has never been a good man who is easy to talk to. He wants to think of a way to teach those who are making trouble a lesson, a profound lesson. "Wayne, what are you going to do?" After watching the video, John leaned back in his chair and relaxed. He was also under a lot of pressure. "I want to make a copy of this thing and take it back to Warner. Whether it is through our own media, newspapers or TV networks, this farce can be ended immediately." Wayne tapped the table with his fingers holding the cigarette. "No, John, you can take a copy back, but don't rush to release it. In 2 days, I want to know who is behind all this, and I can't just sit there and wait for it. Wait until they can't help themselves and jump out. Yes, some people will. I'm a director, not a public figure standing in front of the stage. If they don't jump out and stab me while the heat is on, it won't be that easy to hit me." Jimmy was a little worried, with a look of fear on his face. "Don't play with fire. Getting out as soon as possible is the most important thing, and you should focus all your energy on filming. Don't worry, Jimmy, with this thing, we are standing on the opposite side of failure, and it is absolutely impossible for them to turn the tables again." John knew the power of this short 10-minute video. It could definitely ruin many people. "Well, I'll stay in the studio and continue filming. John, you take a video back to Warner and use your company's channels to release the news, saying that I have the key evidence and will be interviewed in 2 days to release the evidence to see if we can blow up some big fish." Wayne's idea is very simple. He wants to find out who is messing with him. It is impossible for Halle Berry, who is still a small actor, to make such a big topic at once. He may not have any way now, but there is still a long time to go, and there will always be a chance to give the other party a chance. It can be clearly seen that the people behind the scenes want to kill him with one stick. If racial discrimination is really imposed on him, the best result is that he can only shoot niche films in Hollywood, and there is no chance to direct commercial films. "No problem, I'll go back now." John obviously also wants to take advantage of this farce to make something happen. He now has a rough outline in his mind. "I will go back and discuss with the publicity department to release the news that we have evidence as soon as possible, and try to blow up the fish as soon as possible." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. Being a human means playing with the camera. Halle Berry has been very high profile these days. She has never experienced such attention. Everyone sympathizes with her and praises her brave character. The massive media attention even gave her the illusion that she has become famous. She didn't have the courage to do this, but the promise of Universal executives made her completely put aside her worries and decided to take a gamble. The matter was not complicated. It was just a trivial matter that she failed the audition. But just when she was about to go to the next crew to look for opportunities, Adam Goodman of Universal Pictures contacted her. In this circle of intrigues, Halle Berry could not easily believe his promise. With the guarantee of Morgan Freeman, who is also African American, she met the planner of the whole thing, Felon Goodman, an executive of the giant company. Maybe Halle would have doubts about Adam, but after seeing Felon Goodman, she absolutely believed that she could benefit from this matter. Compared with her father, Adam's little tricks were definitely a child's fight. Felon wanted to destroy Wayne Greenberg as soon as he made a move. Felon has never forgotten the young director who dared to threaten her. But Hallberry had just been proud for 2 days when she received a call from Felon asking her to come to a club in West Hollywood immediately. Just as she sat down with a puzzled look on her face, looking at the Goodman father and son in Morgan Freeman, Adam stood up eagerly and asked her, "Hallie, when you went to Wayne Greenberg's office that day, was there anyone else present?" Impossible. There were only 2 of us in the office. She was sure of this, otherwise she would not dare to say anything to the media. I guarantee that there were only 2 of us. What happened? No reason. Felon muttered softly. Is it really bluffing? Adam walked back and forth with an ugly face and then said to her, just now, the media under Warner Brothers released a rumor that Wayne Greenberg has key evidence in his hands to prove his innocence. Hallberry's first thought was that someone had eavesdropped on their conversation, but this was impossible. She was sure that the young assistant had gone far away. Is there a recorder or something like that in his office? No, it's impossible. He wouldn't have anticipated this in advance, and it's impossible to prepare in advance. Felon Goodman asked Hall, but then rejected it. When is he going to release the evidence? Hallberry asked nervously. If the other party really had solid evidence, she would be really ruined. 2 days later, Adam asked her irritably, are you recalling it carefully? Are you sure there is really no possible evidence left? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can be sure that he definitely has no so-called evidence. In fact, she is still worried about it. Warner dared to release this news, and it must be absolutely sure. For this matter, she fired her agent and signed a new agency under Felon's leadership. The other party also promised to arrange an important role for her in Universal's First Line project. And through the hype of this incident, her name was known to all of North America in a short period of time. It can be said that in addition to the subsequent benefits, she has completely got what she wanted. Why come to Hollywood? It's not fame, money, and money. In 2 days, Hallberry's name became known to everyone. Her courage in facing the powerful also won her the favor of countless women. Now if things really turn around, she will definitely not be able to get out of this unscathed. Not only will her career, that has not yet started, be gone, but even returning to the modeling and fashion circles will become impossible. Most importantly, there is a high possibility that she will be sued by the other party. People like her who are at the bottom know best how the rich torment the poor. What should we do now? Wait and see if he has the so-called evidence? Hallberry asked them anxiously with a look of fear on her face. She knew that if Warner really had evidence, the 3 people on the opposite side would definitely abandon her without hesitation, as if they had never known her. Now she had to find a way to save herself. Morgan Freeman didn't say anything the whole time, and even his expression didn't fluctuate much. He just thought quietly. The gentleman representative in the eyes of the fans, the most elegant black old man, looked at Harry and said, "You go back first. I think they are talking nonsense. As long as you confirm that there is no evidence, Warner may be brewing something else to divert public attention. Don't accept interviews these 2 days. Keep your mouth shut and wait for our news later." "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Harry picked up her handbag with a worried look on her face and hurried out of the club. It was not until she got in the car that she angrily threw the bag behind. "Bastards, all bastards. It's not that easy to abandon me. You want me to be alone? I'm going to drag you all down. Son of a bitch." After saying that, he started the car with a sinister look on his face and drove straight to Burbank. The bright sunshine in Los Angeles slowly fell. In the dusk, the actors who had just finished a day's work sat on the electric car and went out of the studio. Wayne was not in a hurry to leave. He was sorting out the shooting plan. The shooting work in the past 2 days was not going well. He knew that the crew was restless and everyone was not in working condition. There is no good way to deal with this kind of thing. We can only make do with it for 2 days, just as a way to get the staff to work together. As long as we wait until 2 days later and release that video, the crew will soon return to normal. Now everyone is worried that the film will be aborted and they can't work at all. Ding, ding. Boss, someone is looking for you. Nina knocked on the door and came in with a very strange expression. She looked at Wayne, who was looking through the storyboards, and spoke in a strange voice. Now, he glanced at the assistant, who was not quite right, and he didn't take it seriously. Let him in. You pack up. We will go home soon. Hella contacted security and will be here today. Nina immediately opened the door, and Wayne saw Black Pearl coming in. Excuse me, can I talk to Director Greenberg alone? Holberry looked at the assistant. Wow, listening to some familiar words, Nina almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Although she didn't know what the other party was going to do, it was obvious that her boss's plan to fry fish had paid off from the beginning. Go, Nina, don't worry, help me close the door. Wayne understood the reason for her expression just now, and he also felt it was absurd. Ms. Berry, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm busy. Just tell me if you have something to say. After saying that, he was stunned for a moment and smiled unconsciously. He said this last time. Looking at Wayne, who was facing her easily, Harry was very sure that the other party must have mastered something. She knew that Warner Brothers would not speak for this director without seeing solid evidence. Director Greenberg, I'm here to apologize. I know I said something I shouldn't have said, which ruined your reputation. Talk about things. Harry, I don't have time to listen to your apology. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt her. Okay, I admit that what I said to the media was false. Someone deliberately asked me to do that. As she said this, she looked at the other party and saw that his face remained normal, without any surprise. Then, Harry, go on. I want to know what evidence you all wanna have. I need to know first, then I can tell you who planned all this. Holberry stared at him eagerly. She still had a glimmer of luck in her heart, wanting to know where she lost. Could the evidence in the other party's hands really destroy her? Let me put it this way, I didn't ask you to say it. If you don't want to, you can leave at any time. He really didn't take Holberry's words seriously. As long as the video appeared in the hands of the media, this woman would definitely tell the media about the black hand behind it. He would never look down on the character of these people. In order to reduce the harm, she would bite everyone out herself. Now the situation is very clear. When the planner was not sure whether he had the real thing in his hand, he had already begun to prepare a way out. This woman would definitely be abandoned and take the blame. Let's see if they can make Holberry shut up. Okay, Director Greenberg. Seeing that Wayne really didn't care about her words, Harry continued eagerly. It was Adam Goodman who contacted me. Felon Goodman of Universal planned all this, and Morgan Freeman was also involved. Then what do you mean by coming to me? It seems that they are ready to abandon you now. What do you want to do to let me go, Mr. Greenberg? Holberry stared into Wayne's eyes, hoping to see some emotional fluctuations. If there was any possibility, she would not use the last resort. This sentence almost made Wayne laugh again. Do you think it's possible? Just because of your nonsense, this incident almost ruined my career. If I'm labeled as a racist and an infomaniac, what will be the consequences? Harry gritted his teeth and gave up the last bit of hope. If I have a way to solve this matter, I can help you find out the people behind this. As long as you let me go, I will tell the media that I was coerced by them, and everything I did was because they threatened me. I can even directly accuse them in front of the media. Not enough, Harry, this is far from enough. Wayne touched his chin and said while thinking, how about this? I'll give you a chance. You need to go back and get evidence of Felon Goodman's involvement in this matter within 2 days. Evidence? Harry was stunned after hearing these words. Yes, I want clear and complete video evidence of Felon Goodman. Okay, let me show you this first. He took out a small tape and put it into the VCR. Looking at the picture on TV, Harry felt a chill on her back. She didn't even notice when the other party recorded it. How about it? Take this camera, whether you put it in your bag or somewhere else. Go and take some evidence of felons planning this matter. Wayne took out a small DV and put it on the table. Chapter 56, Counterattack. Holberry stared at the DV with an unpleasant expression, and suddenly she understood. Is this what we filmed that day? Why did you prepare for the filming in advance? Yes, it was an accident, a very good accident. Wayne stood up and turned off the TV, looking at her with ease and continued, go, I'll give you a chance. Go save yourself, Harry. Seeing her put the DV into her bag and walked out with a lonely expression, Wayne took his briefcase and asked Nina to go home together. After get off work, Wayne must take this opportunity to give Theron Goodman a hard stab. The other party is much more than his son. He seems very generous. Even when he pointed at him and threatened him, he didn't say a harsh word in the end. But the other party wanted to kill him as soon as he made a move. Wayne would never let such a person go. This opportunity must not be missed. Even if he let Barry, the instigator, escape, he could not let Theron Goodman go. For someone like this who has been rolling in the Hollywood fame and fortune circle for decades and can still sit comfortably in the position of a global executive, maybe he will come up with a new idea without saying anything, and Wayne will not be so lucky next time. So he must kick him into the well before he can react. Compared with him, Berry has become a trivial matter. This kind of woman with some tricks and small means is not difficult to deal with at any time. On the way home, Wayne sat in the car and looked through the glass at Los Angeles, which was approaching night. The evening sun dyed the pedestrians on the road orange. His eyes were looking at the streets passing by, but his mind was completely focused on the subsequent plan. According to his original idea, he wanted to get through this period of heat, and when the media was no longer paying attention to this matter, he would find a way to frame Berry and let this woman tell the truth herself. Now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. This woman is smart and knows that if she can't save herself, Theron Goodman will definitely let her take the blame, and maybe he will find a way to make her shut up. It is really not difficult to make a low-level actor shut up. The car drove into Greenberg Manor. It was a rare day that Wayne or Nina didn't go down to open the gate. As soon as they approached, a white strong man walked out of the guardroom and opened the gate. Heller did this very efficiently. The security issue was urgent. There were always people surrounding the opposite side of the manor these 2 days. Who knew if they were reporters? Did some of them have other ideas? Walking into the living room, the housekeeper was waiting for him with a white strong man. According to Wayne's visual estimation, he should be of Russian descent, in his 30s, more than half a head taller than himself, nearly 2 meters tall, and his explosive muscles could be seen through his clothes. The strong breath was overwhelming. "Boss, I called the real estate agent Henry. This security company has cooperated with them and has a good reputation. This is Sergei Bora. I asked them to come over first. Sergei is the captain and is responsible for providing security services with you at ordinary times." After Heller introduced, Sergei, who looked like a bear, took the initiative to say hello. "Boss, hello. I saw that there were always people outside, so I asked the team members to go to work first. Do you want to talk to them?" Wayne sat on the sofa, waved his hand and said, "No, I saw someone patrolling, and there are 2 in the guardroom. There will be plenty of opportunities to talk later." "Are you a first-generation immigrant?" "Second generation, boss. I just retired from the army. The company originally arranged for me to be an instructor, but instructors don't make much money. Just happened to call to hire someone, so I led the team here." It can be seen that this bear-like Russian veteran should not be a fool with muscles all over his brain. "Okay, it's enough to leave your team members at the manor on weekdays. How do you drive?" Wayne decided to free up some of Nina's work. The little assistant not only has to help him deal with chores on weekdays, but also has to be a driver and drive. Of course, no problem. The annual security cost of these 5 people is close to $300,000. Of course, the company will deduct a part of it, but such professionally trained personnel who specialize in providing security services to the rich can be considered a high-paying job. At the same time, Berry walked into the club, where she had made an appointment with Theron, carrying a black leather bag. Thinking of the DV fixed in her bag, she felt guilty. The black handbag was not big, it was what she usually used. She modified it and opened a small hole in the folds to fix the DV. Before entering the door, she checked it again to make sure it was turned on for recording. Theron Goodman was the only one in the room with an impatient expression. If Harry hadn't threatened him more or less on the phone, he might not have met with him now. "What's the situation? You said you knew what evidence Wayne Greenberg had?" Theron didn't know that he was deceived. Harry told him on the phone that he had inquired about the evidence. She slightly adjusted the bag to make sure she was facing the other party, and then she said, "Yes, Wayne Greenberg not only has evidence, but he also knows that you asked me to throw dirty water on him and frame him for racial discrimination. No reason? How could he know?" Felon stared at her, doubting the authenticity of the news. "Where did you get the news?" "My friend at CAA has a good relationship with Wayne's agent Jimmy, and he heard it from Jimmy himself." "Mr. Goodman, what should I do? You asked me to frame him for racial discrimination. If he really has evidence, I will definitely be killed by you." "Shut up, that's what you have to do. I will go and find out about it. It hasn't happened yet. What if he deliberately leaked the news?" Felon interrupted her impatiently. "If the little director really knew about her, it might be really troublesome. Now go back home. Don't go out unless necessary. Don't accept media interviews. I will find a way. Okay, that's it for now. I have something to do." After saying that, he got up and walked out without paying attention to Hall Berry. Hall carried the bag and returned to the car before carefully opening it and taking a look. She knew that she had no way out. After handing over this document and then pushing all the things onto Felon, at least she could ensure that Wayne would not pursue and sue her again. The next day, the camera was delivered to Wayne. She watched it herself and explained a few words to Hall Berry on the phone before handing it to John. "A press conference will be held in the Warner building tomorrow. Warner has invited major media outlets and will give an explanation for Wayne's racial discrimination at that time. The unsuccessful shooting made him not to make harsh demands, and he could only use the simplest scenes and polish them over and over again. When most of the crew looked at him with pity, he knew that their minds were not on work. He finished shooting early, and after the press conference tomorrow, the crew's work should be back on track." The next morning, dozens of large and small media reporters walked into the large conference room on the 7th floor of the Warner building, waiting for the press conference to begin. Now this matter is very popular, and many people are looking forward to the follow-up of Hollywood's new director's racial discrimination and sexual harassment of beautiful African American actors. It was not until 8:30 that Wayne sat in the front chair under the guidance of Warner staff. There were about 40 to 50 people in the conference room with long guns and short guns. As soon as he came in, he became the center of everyone's attention. "Before the press conference begins, I would like to remind you that I will give you time to ask questions at the end. Please keep quiet before that." The host of the press conference from Warner's public relations department spoke into the microphone. After that, a staff member drew the curtains and turned off the lights. Amid the chaotic and puzzled voices of the reporters, a video screen appeared on the projection screen in the front. It can be seen that it should be a covered filming. Although it is not very clear, it is possible to recognize who it is. "What is the situation? You know Wayne Greenberg?" As the video played, everyone fell silent. The reporters present could not contain their ecstasy. Various cameras were pointed at the screen, and the flashlights flashed wildly. No one expected that things could be reversed like this. A few minutes later, the video ended, and the lights illuminated the conference room again. Just when a reporter was impatient to ask questions, the host gave up the middle position. The door was opened again, and Hall Berry walked in and sat directly in front of the microphone. With a hum, the conference room was like boiling water. Everyone recognized her, but they didn't know what role she would play today. "Hello everyone, I'm Hall Berry, and today I want to clarify one thing here. The racial discrimination and sexual harassment against me by director Wayne Greenberg was completely planned and threatened by Felon Goodman, the film and television production manager of Universal Pictures. He threatened me that, if I didn't do this, he would block my way in Hollywood and I would never get any roles again. I couldn't and didn't dare to resist the executives of a giant film and television company. I don't know why he threatened me to do this, but after the incident, my conscience was condemned every day. Director Wayne Greenberg is a good person, but I became an accomplice in framing him because of Felon Goodman. I want to apologize to Director Greenberg and the public. Here I want to testify that Felon Goodman, an executive of Universal Pictures, is the planner and organizer of this farce. He used the media information of Universal Pictures to spread the information of accusing Director Greenberg of racial discrimination to the whole United States in a short period of time. I have been forced by him to accept interviews all the time, and the first interview reporter was also arranged by him. From the moment Hallberry started speaking, countless cameras were pointed at her. The initial video evidence, coupled with Hallberry's testimony now, has taken things to another extreme. All reporters know that public opinion is about to change, and those who have been anxious to speak out in the past few days will all be slapped in the face. As for whether there is any trickery involved, or why Hallberry said it, they don't care. All they have to do is to take advantage of the heat and report on it on a large scale. Chapter 57. That's it. Okay, now everyone can ask questions. Please raise your hands first. The host took the microphone at the right time and said to the impatient reporters, "Hello, I'm Jones, the ABC reporter. Can you give me a copy of the videotape that was just played?" The reporter at the front asked the host directly. "No problem. Any other media that needed can go to Warner staff to pick it up after the press conference. Next one. Director Greenberg, do you have a grudge against Felon Goodman? Why did he frame you?" Wayne took the microphone and thought for a while before saying, "I don't know why Mr. Goodman did this. Maybe it's because I don't have a good relationship with his son. Someone framed me as a racist. I have never come forward to defend myself. I was afraid that no matter what I said, you would think I was just quibbling, until Hallberry found me herself." The reporters and camera lenses were all aimed at Wayne. As the center of the incident these days, this young director has not said a word, but he didn't expect that he would use a big move. Bang! Watching the picture of Wayne on TV, Felon Goodman directly smashed the TV screen with a teacup. "This bitch, I just don't think she can be trusted. She actually dared to contact Wayne Greenberg privately. How dare she? This son of a bitch." Adam cursed wildly and incoherently, but Felon calmed down unexpectedly. He knew it was too late. With such a scandal, the Universal Board of Directors would definitely force him to resign. If he lost his position as a Universal executive, what would he be? "Adam, get ready to move." Felon spoke calmly. "I will resign as soon as possible, and we will move out of Los Angeles." "Why? Dad, we still have a chance. Even if he finds out, what does it matter? No chance. I can't wait for the board to fire me. Do you think it's the end of the world if we move away? No, it's good enough that we can move away. If he chases us to sue, it will be the end of the world." Felon shook his head helplessly. Why is his son so much worse than the other party? "I won't leave. I still have work to do. I still have Far and Away. His low-budget thriller will definitely be severely humiliated by Far and Away's box office." Seeing his son fall into some abnormal mood, Felon was too lazy to say anything. He didn't regret this matter. The mistake was that he was fooled by that woman. After the press conference, Hallberry looked at Wayne nervously. "I have done everything you said. You won't sue me again, will you?" "Relax, Harry." Wayne looked at her tense look and suddenly felt a little bored. Sure enough, he was still suitable for filming movies and couldn't bear to turn against her. "You are also a victim in this matter. You did a good job. Go back. I will do what I promised you." Then, that videotape will only be in my collection cabinet and will not be circulated. According to his original idea, after the press conference, he would accidentally distribute the videotape. Now it seems that he feels that it is not very meaningful to him. After Harry left, Jimmy leaned over to him and whispered, "Are you still going to sue Felon Goodman?" "Ryan is ready. Tell him to wait a few days. No giant company wants such a scandal." Wayne let out a long breath and looked at Los Angeles outside the window. Whether he resigned or was fired by shareholders, let Ryan sue him for defamation or something immediately. "I want him to leave Hollywood naked. Don't think too much, Wayne. You are a genius in making movies." Jimmy organized his words. "You shouldn't use your mind on such things. It will be much better after this. At least people in the circle know that you are not easy to mess with." "No, Jimmy, I understand what others think. If I don't fight back, they will just think I'm easy to bully." Wayne shook his head, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. "Forget it. It seems that I'm only suitable to be a director. Starting tomorrow, I will focus all my energy on the crew, and the follow-up matters will be left to you." From this incident, Wayne found that he was just an ordinary person. If he followed his plan, he would immediately expose the videotape again. After using Holberry, and lawyer Ryan would immediately sue her for defamation. The same is true for felon Goodman. With such a major scandal, he would definitely not be able to continue working at Universal, and no other company would use him. His result was that he was sued by Wayne to bankruptcy and rolled out of Los Angeles in disgrace. But Wayne found that he could not be so cruel. For Holberry, a woman who was used, he decided to keep his promise and let her go once, at least not to chase her to death. He knew that this might not be right, so he should turn his face and sue Holberry and felon Goodman to bankruptcy and send them to prison. This is the normal way for a Jewish tycoon. So Wayne found that he was just a normal person. The experience of 2 lifetimes did not teach him to cut the grass and root it out. Warner's staff had already distributed copies according to the list of media present. Now the eyes of the media reporters were all fixed on the copies, waiting to go back and break a big news. In fact, Wayne didn't need to do anything now. These uncrowned kings would quickly ignite the subsequent wave. It was a pity that Morgan Freeman was not involved. With the change of wind direction overnight, the crew's work seemed to be back on track. Everyone looked at Wayne with no more pity and ridicule. The filming was finally able to proceed normally, and everyone's work status could be clearly felt. Will, put away your smile. Your girlfriend's mother is trying to hypnotize you. Give off some panic. Do you understand? Steve, turn the light to a dark tone. I want to take a close-up of Will's face. Wayne walked back to the monitor with a serious expression, stared at the screen, and gestured to Luke. Get out. Scene 3, Scene 16, begin. Cut. Robert, use a bird's eye view for shot number 3, reset and start over. Since the filming started again, the director suddenly became demanding, and the suddenly tense working state made everyone start to be cautious. Cut. This one is very good. Well, you did a good job. Let's do it again. Nina and Sergey stood in a corner of the studio, watching the filming of the movie together. So this is how movies are made. I thought it was so mysterious. Sergey stared at everything in the crew curiously and saw only boring filming, so he felt that filming was nothing new. You get used to it after a long time. Who makes our boss a movie director? After Nina said that, she saw that the filming was paused and immediately took the water cup and trotted over to hand it to Wayne. Mez, when you smile at Will, show your audition expression. Yes, this expression. Wayne took the assistant's water cup without looking back, took a sip, and gave it back to her. Everyone thought that he was more demanding in the filming, because there were going to be some funny shots soon. If he is not worried about the whole film, then the humorous scenes are the only thing he needs to learn. He has always known that he is not good at these, and he is not going to develop in the comedy route in the future. He can only try his best to make the funny scenes in this film basically qualified. His plan for himself is to transform into a mainstream commercial film after this film, and he will never touch the low-cost shit and fart comedy. Serious, dark and profound dramas are the way he should go in the future. As for the blood horror film with super small investment and high return, the kind of film that is purely without a theme and is just to disgust people, he will not touch it. If you observe carefully, you will find that those directors who started with low-cost blood horror films will eventually seek transformation. After this film, Wayne will also go this way. Although he is not shooting the kind of grindhouse horror film, he is also afraid of being fixed in the thriller genre. The crew now has no scenes outside the studio, and most of them are shot on the set. With Warner's prop library, Wayne has gone crazy and set up all the scenes in the yard in the studio. This situation is still relatively rare in this era. Most directors prefer real-life shooting and look down on this kind of tricky method. This is not a problem for Wayne at all. He is not prepared to compete for an Oscar. The only meaning of this film is to make money. When they came to the window, Maze was ready. Wayne and Robert explained the camera position and the light color, and walked to Maze's side. Maze, this scene is a bit difficult. Wayne sat opposite her. It's nothing for you. Take out the state you had during the audition. Pay attention to your smile. You have to convey a feeling of sadness while smiling. You are the focus of this scene. I will give you a close-up of your smile. No problem. Maze also gradually entered a relaxed state. Her role can be said to be the one that needs to convey information through expression the most. I have practiced it many times at home. My mother was scared by my smile and refused to eat at the same table with me. The preparations were ready. Seeing Wayne signal, Luke picked up the stage card and walked in front of the camera. Scene 22, Scene 1, begin. Sitting behind the monitor, Wayne leaned on his arm and stared at Maze in the camera carefully. She stood in front of the window and looked out. She saw Chris, the Heyman boy, noticed her, and then she smiled. Looking at the close-up on the screen, Wayne nodded with satisfaction. This Heyman girl is very talented, but she is mediocre in appearance and has a limited acting range. It will be difficult for her to stand out in the future. Cut. Very good. This shot is past. Take a 10-minute break. As far as the current shooting progress is concerned, Wayne is already very satisfied. Although the shots that have been shot are all simple scenes, according to his estimate, the shooting time will not exceed 2.5 months. The crew had an accident of racial discrimination by the director on the first day of shooting. With a large number of African American main actors, they were able to shoot smoothly and run in, which was very satisfying. The faster the shooting progress, the more time Wayne has for post-production. Chapter 58 Hard 1 Normal Filming. In his previous life on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, Wayne heard about the production process of some movies and TV series. He was still a movie projectionist at that time. A TV series or web series of 30 or 50 levels can be shot in 3 or 2 months, and a 90-minute domestic film can be shot in more than a month. But after he started learning to make movies, he found that this was simply impossible in Hollywood. The shooting time of the crew here is very precious. Judging from the speed of shooting and production, he is already a quick shooter. It takes 3 months to shoot the shots, and 2 or 3 months to complete the post-production. This is because the film he chose has a small investment and is produced in a tricky way. Even the famous quick shooter Spielberg cannot guarantee a film a year. It is normal for a relatively popular American TV series to take several years or more, and it is very normal for a normal commercial film project to take 1 or 2 years to shoot and post-produce. So the crew encountered the director's scandal as soon as it started, and the shooting was able to catch up with the plan smoothly, which made him very relieved. In fact, there are reasons for the slow progress of filming and production in North America. The first is the various unions that cannot be avoided. All the actors and behind-the-scenes workers hired by the crew have their own unions. The labor protection law in North America will not allow you to play 2 shifts or 3 shifts, and even overtime shooting will generally not happen. If you do not follow the labor protection law and increase the workload of the crew members, it only takes one person to report to the union, and then the entire crew will be stopped for inspection. Compared with the time and financial costs of stopping the crew for inspection, the loss of extended working hours is greater than that of overtime shooting. So even if you want to speed up here, there is no good way. And this is when Wayne's advanced shooting plan is reflected. He is now the most efficient, as long as he shoots according to the plan. After each scene is shot, the props and scenery for the next scene are ready. Hey, well, Naomi, you must pay attention to your emotions. This is the beginning of the whole play. Show your passionate love. Will Smith and Naomi are communicating easily. They need to play a couple of lovers. Chatting a few words in advance will help reduce the sense of unfamiliarity. No problem. Okay. As the board began, Will Smith opened the door, smiled and hugged Naomi. The two kissed like close lovers and went into the house. Cut. Past. Prepare for the next one. This kind of scene is not complicated, but it is a foreshadowing of the entire movie. The filming went smoothly until a sex scene between the male and female protagonists, and then it suddenly got stuck. Damn it, you are lovers. Lovers in love. Let go. Show your professional attitude. Wayne stood in front of the bed a little anxiously, looking at Will and Naomi. They made the mistakes that novice actors make. Under the crowd's onlookers, both of them were stiff and couldn't let go. Sorry, Wayne. Let's try again. Naomi herself was a little annoyed. As long as she thought about being watched by a large group of people and making out with a strange man, her mind went blank. Luke, tell them to rest for 10 minutes. Nami, well, don't think too much. You performed well before. It's just a sex scene. Will and Naomi sat on the bed, both at a loss. This scene has been filmed more than 10 times in a row, and the footage of more than 10 seconds just can't meet the director's requirements. Wayne didn't blame them too much. Every novice actor will feel ashamed when encountering such a scene, especially when they are watched by many people. Now the important thing is to find a way to get them into the role. The footage of more than 10 seconds may only take a few seconds to be edited into the film, but it is very important. Will looked at Wayne and said hesitantly, "Director Greenberg, can you clear the scene for filming and only keep the necessary staff? I think it will be much better this way. You two should communicate for a while and build up your emotions. If you still can't get into the role, I will consider it," he said with his arms crossed and his left hand touching his chin. Clearing the scene is also a solution, but this simple sex scene is really unnecessary. It stands to reason that Hollywood actresses or female stars are not shy and afraid of exposure. If they can't do it in front of the whole crew, they will not be alive when the film is broadcast. This situation will only happen to novice actors. Two complete strangers suddenly ask them to take off their clothes and make out in front of everyone. Body numbness is just a normal reaction. As long as you have filmed a scene and passed the psychological barrier, there will be no obstacles in filming such scenes in the future. How are the two of them? Luke saw that he was sitting on the prop sofa, so he sat next to him. They just lack practice. Don't worry, they will adapt quickly. I'm not worried about that. Actors are emotional creatures. As long as the emotions are there, these are not problems. Wayne lowered his head, holding a stack of photos in his hand, flipping through them one by one, and suddenly he stopped. Who prepared these photos? Where are the props? Ask him to prepare them again. After saying that, he threw the photos on the table with a snap. Luke picked them up and frowned. The photos were all photos of Naomi and various black people. These were the props that would be used next, and the camera would take close-ups of the photos. But most of the black ex-boyfriends in the photos were expressionless, and they took photos with Naomi with a serious face. He saw the problem at a glance. This was definitely not the state for taking photos with lovers. "Jason, Jason," Luke shouted to the prop master. "What happened, Luke?" Jason, still wearing a few costumes, trotted over and looked at the photo in Luke's hand. "Is there something wrong with the photo? Go find those African Americans and take new photos of them." Wayne pointed to the photo on the road before Luke could say anything. "These are the ex-boyfriends of the heroine. Think carefully. Would you take a photo with your girlfriend with a blank expression and a straight face without any physical contact?" "Sorry, I'll do it right away." Jason understood immediately. There was nothing to say. Some directors never pay attention to these details, while others will pursue them too much. Arrange for Mason Naomi to take a photo as well. I just saw that they were not in the picture. The maid, grandmother, who laughed and cried in the plot was actually deceived. "Okay, I'll get ready right away." The break time was up, and the staff began to return to their posts in an orderly manner. The photographer also arranged the camera position and aimed at the two people on the bed again. Wayne walked to the bed and asked, "Any more questions? How is the communication?" Seeing that they nodded to indicate that it was okay, he walked back to the monitor and stared at the screen. Scene 10, Act 2, start. The monitor screen began to show a close-up of the two kissing and slowly began to get intimate with each other. Cut. Very good performance. This is very good. Steve, dim the lights. Let's do it again. It was difficult to stop the busy shooting task at the beginning. Wayne ignored the news from the outside media and refused to be interviewed. After get off work every day, Wayne completely put aside the disturbances from the outside world, and even the follow-up of communicating with Warner about racial discrimination was completely handed over to Jimmy. He devoted himself to the shooting wholeheartedly and did not care about anything outside the crew, but all the big and small problems in the crew had to be asked before making a decision. Because of his personality, Wayne would never give the task of managing the crew to the assistant director and production manager, and most successful directors would not do this. He would communicate with the main staff in advance for the daily shooting plan, from props to scene layout to lighting and camera selection. He needed to ask about everything. Although he would not participate in the specific process, he would definitely be responsible for the final review before starting the shooting. In addition, some scenes in the script are still being designed and polished. After all, this is not a normal realistic movie. There will be many absurd plots in the later stage of the film. He wants to make the plot arrangement as reasonable as possible and avoid flaws that are complained by the audience. For example, when the male protagonist was imprisoned and tied up, he deliberately added some dialogues to let the mother's role tell the audience about the doubts through dialogue. Some things can be explained through dialogue, thereby reducing the audience's doubts or doubts. To put it bluntly, this is not a normal story. The reversal of the plot is based on the absurd brain swap. The audience must try to feel that this is real and increase the sense of substitution. Wayne has repeatedly pondered many of the dialogues in the film, and even brought several actors together to find loopholes and places that can be improved. After all, this is a movie made 30 years later, and many of the inappropriate dialogues and stalks in it must not appear in the film. Wayne understands that dialogue is the most obvious display element in the movie. When the dialogue unfolds, the audience's attention will be focused on it. The fundamental role of dialogue is to promote the development of the plot and explain the various motivations of the characters in the movie. There is another great benefit of bringing together actors. After all, he is very slow to get funny points. After the baptism of the information explosion era, he is somewhat unable to get the jokes of this era. He can let a group of actors improve these things that he is not good at. So he plans to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, avoiding these scenes that he is not good at, and the film focuses on what he is good at, the final killing scene. For these large-scale bloody scenes at the end, he prepared a lot of ketchup, and the film must be bloody and violent. From the beginning of the preparation, the goal of this film was to be a narrated film. Wayne simply showed as many of these as possible within this scale, so that the final scenes can bring the audience a refreshing sense of emotional release. Although the audience of R-rated films is relatively narrow, it will become a selling point. There are many rebellious teenagers in North America who will go to the cinema for the film rating. R-rated films have always been the first choice of teenagers in the videotape rental and trading market. Being a director is never an easy job. It is like a large contractor. What the building looks like in the end depends entirely on him to find a balance between various types of work. Chapter 59 CAA. After a busy week of filming, Wayne had to put down his work and took advantage of the cruise holiday to go to CAA in Burbank with Jimmy. He was still signing an internship contract with the agency, and this time he was going to change it to a normal director-client agency contract. He had already agreed to Jimmy, but the sudden scandal interrupted the signing. When the scandal about Wayne just broke out, CAA urgently stopped the signing, and a week after the crew had started filming normally, the partner of the agency asked Jimmy to start negotiations with him again. This kind of thing is normal. No company would want to have a racist client. Wayne didn't care about it at all. Jimmy did everything he could. He was a qualified agent. In the CAA partner's office, a secretary brought 2 cups of coffee. After Wayne politely thanked him, he didn't touch the coffee. Instead, he looked at Jimmy's immediate boss, CAA partner Wright Lauder, who was opposite. Wright Lauder was also looking at Wayne. This director was younger than he expected. Although there were some talented young people among his clients, they were all actors, which was completely different from being a director. How many years had it been since Hollywood had produced a director who was so young and whose films grossed over 100 million yuan? If it wasn't his first film that created such a terrifying return on investment, and he was carrying a trainee agent contract, he wouldn't have worried that he would be poached. This scandal was an opportunity, and the young director came to CAA before being tempted by other agencies. Director Greenberg, Wright Lord also didn't go to the coffee. CAA sincerely welcomes you to join. There was no need to hide this matter. He came to discuss the contract with the other party. Jimmy turned his head and looked at Wayne. He had been working in the studio, so he didn't know that, since the racial discrimination incident was reversed, he, a young director, had become a hot commodity for the agency. That's why Wright Lord repeatedly asked Jimmy to sign the agency contract as soon as Wayne Greenberg was free, so as to be careful not to be poached by other companies. There were too many companies that wanted to pay for this internship contract. Wayne smiled politely and said calmly, "Thank you and CAA for your kindness. I'm now working very happily with Jimmy. We can change the contract as soon as possible. No problem. Right Lord raised his hand to signal the secretary to bring the contract that had been printed long ago. CAA didn't help you much before, but in the future we will add 2 or 3 more service providers to you and use all company resources to help you plan your career. After hearing what he said, Wayne didn't say anything, but just looked down at the documents in his hand. He was very satisfied with his cooperation with Jimmy, but he didn't have any good feelings for other agents. He just looked down at the conditions in the contract. Right Lord was not so naive as to try to impress a smart person with empty words. He knew that Wayne was carefully watching the conditions he offered. The contract offered by CAA is very sincere. He said sincerely, the agent will take 10% of the commission, and then they will form a mature film production team around you. Right Lord offered a treatment that only a famous director could have. He continued, CAA will work hard on your subsequent projects, and as long as you need it, the company can try its best to persuade its big star clients to participate in your subsequent projects. He didn't finish his words. There should be another sentence behind it, which Wayne added in his mind. That is, your project must be able to impress those star clients. I have no objection to all the conditions. Wayne put down the contract in his hand and looked into the eyes of this partner. Only the agent's share. I asked to change it to 8%. Right Lord considered the conditions. He proposed 8%. That is a condition that only big clients can get, and Wayne is obviously not at that level. Okay, we are willing to change the share ratio. After thinking for a while, he said without hesitation, CAA believes in the potential of director Wayne Greenberg and is willing to give you this share treatment in advance. Oh. He didn't expect the other party to agree so easily. Well, we can sign the contract at any time. Right Lord did not hesitate at all and asked his secretary to reprint the contract. This is Hollywood. There is a big difference between a director with successful experience and a newcomer. Even if the newcomer is really a genius, he still needs to be tested by the market. In any case, the conditions they offered were very sincere. A movie called Happy Death Day with a global box office of over 100 million yuan completely changed the situation that Wayne faced. Then they moved the signing venue to a conference room of CAA. Wayne sat behind a long conference table, turned to the last page of the contract, and signed his name under Jimmy's guidance. After signing 2 copies of the contract, Wayne and Right Lord, who represented CAA, exchanged the contracts. The cameraman waiting next to him pressed the shutter of the camera to record this moment. I'm very happy that we can renew this agency contract. Right Lord, who stood with him, was full of smiles. CAA welcomes young talents like you. Wayne shook hands with him. It is my honor to join CAA. He knew very well what to say on such occasions. After signing the new contract, Wayne could clearly see that Jimmy and the partner were relieved. Then he rejected Right Lord's invitation to celebrate and walked out of the agency with Jimmy. Wayne spread his hands and looked at his agent. I didn't expect that I would be so popular now. Jimmy exhaled and said with complicated eyes, from now on, your agent will not only be me. Can't we avoid them from cross-managing me? Wayne understood what he meant and had some understanding of CAA's corporate strategy. It's not management. Jimmy was still very careful about the feelings of the other party expressed by his words and quickly corrected. It's service. Serving you together. You do a good job. Is it really necessary? Wayne frowned. He also felt that this was more troublesome. In his previous hearsay, the purpose of the agency doing this was to prevent the agent from taking his clients to other agencies. Although Jimmy's face was reluctant, he also understood that Wayne's prospects were getting brighter and brighter, and his future would also get better and better. It's actually good for you. This cross-service can relieve you of your worries. Each agent has his or her own expertise and will be responsible for a business. Sergey opened the car door and the 2 of them sat in the back seat. Jimmy continued, for example, I will only be responsible for your film business in the future, but in addition to the core film production business, you will have other troubles, and other agents will be responsible for helping you solve them, including life problems. Wayne was a little surprised. Doesn't that mean you will become a life assistant? A nanny-style agent? All the problems you can think of can be handed over to your agent to solve. Jimmy gave him a positive answer. After listening to Jimmy's explanation for a long time in the car, Wayne roughly understood that the reason why CAA can attract so many big name directors and stars to join is not just because of their business capabilities. They now also provide services that their competitors do not have, providing services outside of their core business. They pay attention to the concerns of their customers outside of work, in terms of family residence, hospital, children's school, and even food, clothing, housing and transportation. They will provide proper auxiliary services. Therefore, the partner management of CAA will assign such special tasks to some agents, which can be regarded as making the best use of them. Not all agents are good at handling film business like Jimmy. Later, in addition to Jimmy who helps Wayne handle film production related business, CAA's co-managing agent will also be responsible for media communication and life assistance, one responsible for literary writing, and one responsible for special opportunities. In fact, actors and directors change agents very frequently, and it is very normal. Many people find the right one after changing several. It is really hard for an agency to provide such a full range of services. On the contrary, it will make customers feel that the agency is very humane and will make customers feel convenient and comfortable at any time when staying here. Okay, I think this is not bad. Wayne felt good after hearing it. You are responsible for communicating with other agents. If they are not suitable, I have the right to replace them, right? Yes. Jimmy was very happy to hear it. This is Wayne's absolute trust in him. You have the right to replace them at any time. The car drove not far and stopped under the Warner building. Wayne walked into the building with his agent. Warner's distribution department asked him to discuss the film's publicity. They wanted to take advantage of this wave of popularity and do something in advance. On the 8th floor of the building, in the publicity and distribution department's office, Wayne politely shook hands with the director Paul Charles, and then they sat in the lounge. Director Greenberg, we have a publicity plan. Paul Charles weighed his words. We need your personal cooperation. We need to listen to your opinions. Do you mind? He saw the ashtray on the table, habitually took out the cigarette box and lit a cigarette. Just tell me, it's okay. What do you need me to do? Our distribution department staff conducted a survey these days. Because of the Hallberry incident, the public is particularly curious about the content of your new film. They are curious about what kind of character caused such a farce. Paul Charles looked at him and asked an irrelevant question. Director Greenberg, you don't have a formal girlfriend, right? Wayne was stunned and said, no. Your film has a deep reflection on racial issues. This is a big selling point. Good publicity will attract many African Americans to the theater. So, we hope you can have a girlfriend, an African American girlfriend. Chapter 60 Girlfriend. Wayne and Jimmy were stunned when they heard Paul Charles' proposal. Jimmy asked in confusion, African girlfriend? Yes, an official African girlfriend. Of course, this is just for the media and fans to see, in order to keep the fans interested and keep them in mind until the movie Get Out is released. Paul's words made Wayne fall into deep thought. He was thinking about whether this matter would have an impact on him. Paul, if I agree, how are you going to arrange it? Wayne tapped the coffee table with his cigarette in his hand. He wanted to hear what Warner planned before making a decision. There are many ways to hype movies in Hollywood, and using love to hype is the most common way. Whenever a star suddenly breaks out about a love affair, don't rush to believe it. Check to see if there is a movie starring him that is about to be released. This kind of publicity method of using love to attract the public's attention and keep the movie popular is the cheapest and most effective one. So those stars who suddenly revealed their love affairs and gave high-profile interviews, even though they said touching stories made up by the distribution company, they were actually doing it for the box office and the dollars in the fans' pockets. Hallberry. Paul Charles stared at Wayne's eyes and uttered a familiar name. Don't you think the plot of this racial discrimination farce is too monotonous with twists and turns? Her acting career is completely cut off now. No director or producer dares to use her. The matter involving Hallberry is a taboo in the industry. Paul stared at Wayne's face while talking. The biggest difficulty in this matter was this director. If he showed disgust towards Hallberry, all of Warner's subsequent plans would not be implemented. Seeing that Wayne's expression did not change with the name of Halle Berry, Paul continued, "If you agree to this plan, we will be responsible for getting that woman. She has no choice now. If she cooperates with us, her dream of acting can continue. Warner's reporters will interview her later. She will have a good impression of you because of your tolerance and generosity. You will meet at the right time and develop a strong relationship. Is that it?" Wayne took a puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled a cloud of white mist. "I believe you should have follow-up plans, right? Otherwise, spending so much effort to hype our relationship will at most let the public see a couple. The attention to this film may increase, but now this film has just started shooting, and it will take at least half a year before it is released. People are forgetful." Paul Charles suddenly understood why Jeff admired him so much. This director's brain is very smart, and he has always remained sober and calm, and will not let emotions affect his judgment. "Of course there is more," Paul said with appreciation. "This is just the beginning of the plan. Your relationship must last at least until the film is taken off the shelves. In the meantime, you must maintain exposure from time to time. The characters of a genius director and a beautiful African American woman must always be in the public eye. As long as the news of your relationship gets out, it will definitely attract a lot of attention in a short period of time. After this wave of attention begins, Warner will immediately combine the film to portray you as a gentleman who is broad-minded, educated, sympathetic to minorities, and willing to fight for equality for all." Perhaps feeling that he was speaking too fast and afraid that Wayne could not receive so much information at once, Paul paused for a moment, picked up the cup, and took a big sip of coffee, then continued, "This Get Out was written by you, and the hints and thoughts on racial issues in it are so obvious. A gentleman director who advocates racial equality for everyone makes a film that reflects on racial issues. Isn't it a good match? And this director also has a minority girlfriend. You must know what this means. These conditions will allow countless minorities to go to the cinema and support you as a director from their own ethnic group. In addition, the main characters of this film are all African American, and the male lead is a hip hop singer, so they will naturally get support from those people." Wayne leaned on the back of the sofa, slowly touching his chin with his right hand, listening to Paul Charles' plan, which was simply amazing. It can only be said that these giants in the film and television industry, in order to empty the money in the pockets of movie fans, all the methods they come up with directly hit the weaknesses of human nature. This plan is quite feasible and can maximize the height of this low-cost R-rated film. As long as the plan is implemented, the effect will be better than the publicity and promotion of hundreds of millions of dollars. "I agree." Wayne extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said calmly, "I agree with your plan, but I also have conditions." Paul was not surprised to see that he agreed. This is a smart director. Don't look at the stories written in the films he shot, which make people feel cold in their backs. The stories are dark from the inside out. But his films are only dark in theme, but they definitely don't drive the audience away. On the contrary, they have many Hollywood routines to stick to the audience. To put it bluntly, this is an alternative commercial film director. Such a director would never refuse any offer, as long as there is a way to increase the film's revenue. Paul smiled and asked, "What are the conditions? Tell me all of them." "First, we need to sign a confidentiality agreement and contract with Halle Berry. The contract must state that our relationship will only last until the film is off the shelves." Wayne stretched out a hand and raised a finger. "Second," he looked at Paul Charles and raised a finger, "I can cooperate with your marketing plan throughout the process, but Halle Berry needs you to convince her." Hearing this, Paul smiled and shrugged. "Of course, you don't need to worry about other things. We have a way to make that black beauty agree." Wayne nodded, indicating that he believed him. For such a film and television giant with a market value of tens of billions, it is very easy to get a small African American actor. Third, we are just a couple on the contract. I don't even mind getting engaged to her. But after the film is off the shelves and I break up with her, you will be responsible for handling public opinion. That's all for now. If there is a situation in the future, we can discuss it again. If Warner can do it, I agree to this publicity plan. These are not a problem." After hearing Wayne's conditions, Paul nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Our people will go and deal with that woman later, and you can come to sign the contract tomorrow." After saying this, Paul thought about it. His face became formal and serious, and continued, Warner's publicity department will formulate a rigorous plan, when to announce the relationship, when to appear in public together for the first time, when she moves into your manor, and how often you show your love, all of which will be rigorously planned. I have to remind you, Director Greenberg, if you agree to this plan, you must not quit midway to cause accidents. You can rest assured, Paul. Wayne also put away his relaxed look and agreed with a serious face. Since I agree to your arrangement, I will never quit halfway. I also have my interests in this. The higher the box office of this film, the higher my share will be. Okay, that's it. Paul stood up and stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Wayne shook his hand, exchanged a few words, and took Jimmy out of the supervisor's office, went downstairs and returned to the car. Jimmy, what do you think of this plan? After getting in the car, Wayne recalled all the plans and asked Jimmy. Jimmy has been thinking with his head down. He is thinking about how much benefit this matter can bring to his customers, and whether it will have a bad impact. No problem at all. Jimmy heard Wayne ask him, raised his head, and glanced at Sergey. Seeing that he was concentrating on driving the car, he continued, companies like Warner have rich experience and hype. Don't worry, as long as they want to use this matter to maintain the popularity of the film, they will not let things get out of control. After expressing his opinion, Jimmy said hello to Sergey. Hey, big guy, just drop me off on the side of the road. I won't go back to the manor with you guys. I have to go back to the company to make some preparations. Thanks, brother. The Cadillac stopped at the door of the CAA agency. When Jimmy got out of the car, he made a phone call gesture to Wayne, said hello to Sergey and left. The car drove all the way through the streets of Los Angeles and headed straight for Mullen Road in Beverly Hills. Wayne didn't really think about using himself for hype at first. It was not the internet age yet, and computers were not so popular in North America, so there was no place for fans to gather and discuss. It was only 1991, and there were not so many fans gathering online to discuss, so the director, a behind-the-scenes job, had not yet come to the fore, and had his own fan group. After a few years, when the way the general public fans spread information has undergone fundamental changes, a large number of director fan groups will be born. Compared with the fans of other star actors, the director's fan group is much more hardcore. They will not hate you because you smoke leaf tobacco, nor will they leave you because your private life is chaotic. The only way to make them stop being fans is to make a bad movie. At that time, the director will have the opportunity to step out from behind the scenes and personally promote his film. If it weren't for this farce, Warner would not have hyped up a young director, because the effect is far different from hyping up a star. From the day he joined Warner, Wayne silently modified his shooting plan in his heart. There are too many films suitable for him in the copyright library of Warner Brothers, which is one of the reasons why he cooperates with Warner very much. He believes that, as long as this film meets his expectations, his importance to Warner will become more and more prominent. He let Jimmy know that, although this giant company produces many films every year, there are really no directors who work together. Chapter 61 Moving Out. The car drove into the Greenberg manor. Wayne got out of the car and was still thinking about how to talk to Naomi about this. Naomi now lives in the manor, and there have been gossip tabloids reporting on their relationship. If this plan is implemented, she will move out as soon as possible. Since she wants to have a formal girlfriend, she can't leave loopholes for the media to attack him. Hey, what are you doing? Wayne walked into the living room. Nina and Naomi bumped into each other and were looking at a notebook and discussing. Nina was also recording something from time to time. It's really not easy to be your assistant, Wayne. Naomi picked up the thick notebook in Nina's hand and handed it to him. He sat next to them and took it. Only then did he find that it was densely recorded with information about Hollywood stars, celebrities, powerful people, and general personal information. I'm learning how to be a qualified assistant. Nina shrugged and pointed to the notebook. I find that your main focus must be on movies, and as your assistant, I must be by your side, constantly reminding you who you meet, and how to socialize. Wayne looked through the recorded content. Most of the people who could be included in the key list were senior executives of film companies, editors-in-chief and executives of large media. Very well done, Nina. After returning the notebook to the assistant, he turned to look at Naomi. Come upstairs with me. I need to talk to you alone about something. Now. Naomi followed him to the third floor balcony with doubts. From here, you can see most of Los Angeles, and when you look down, you can see the beautiful scenery of Beverly Park. The wide balcony has been transformed into an observation deck with parasols and lounge chairs. Before going to bed, Wayne would sit here for a while and relax his brain by looking at the stars. Every director has a different way of dealing with pressure, and he likes to light a cigarette and lie here in a daze without thinking about anything. At this time, Wayne was sitting in his favorite place, looking at this beautiful woman who matched his personality. Naomi, Warner has made a film promotion plan. They need me to find a formal girlfriend. Naomi suddenly understood something, and her face turned ugly. What do you need me to do? You need to find a suitable place to live, as soon as possible. Wayne still cared about her feelings. Then move out of the manor away from the media. Okay, I understand. Naomi knew that their relationship could only be partners and friends. This man would never let this relationship change. She also had her own plans. Some things were just thoughts. I will move back to the apartment tomorrow, and it won't affect your plan, she said calmly. You can come back anytime after the promotion plan is over. Wayne couldn't say much. The two understood each other. Dinner time passed in Naomi's silence. Nina felt the weird atmosphere and quickly finished eating and left the manor. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wayne was blowing the cool breeze on the balcony and modifying the shooting plan. Naomi walked in quietly and came behind him quietly. Hey, baby, why don't you play some games on my last night here? She made a soft and charming voice, stroking the man's shoulder with one hand. Wayne turned around and saw the black Catwoman in a black custom-made tight leather jacket and a collar around her neck. Looking at her dress, he threw down the notebook and stood up. Sweetheart, you are so beautiful. He gently pulled the rope on the collar and whispered in her ear. Naomi was particularly crazy today. Starting from the balcony, the entire third floor was full of their traces. She was also excited to take the DV and took the initiative to take many 18+ pictures. After the intense exercise, they ignored the clothes thrown everywhere and lay on the big bed together. Naomi huddled in Wayne's arms and suddenly asked, I saw that Nina's notebook recorded many people, but there was no list of core members of the academy. She doesn't seem to realize this. This will be bad for you in the future. Don't. Wayne squeezed his hand in the quilt hard and interrupted her. As for those academy members and film critics, I don't know them now, and there is no need to deliberately please them. Naomi looked up at his face and asked in confusion, you are not interested in the Oscars? Of course I like the Oscar statuette. Wayne pulled up the quilt. If I said I didn't want the best director, it would be a lie, but I'm too young now. Those old men will not let a young director get that honor. I won't have any plans for the Oscars in the next few years. It will take me a lot of time and energy to win the Oscars, and I have to make films that suit their tastes in order to please those people. It's not worth it. I think the goal in the next few years will only be box office results and qualifications accumulation. Wayne, you ignored the style of your film. The Oscars never like genres other than realistic styles, not to mention that you shot a ridiculous thriller. Naomi reminded him. Hearing her words, Wayne nodded and said without any disguise, Naomi, I will indeed change my style slowly. These two films are just to accumulate director experience. But changing my style is for market demand, not for Oscar. Of course, if those old men have a brain injury and insist on giving me the Oscar director statuette, I will be very grateful. If they don't give it to me, it's no big deal. There will be opportunities in the future. Impossible. Naomi listened to him teasing the Academy judges and said, I understand that directors like you who don't care about Oscars will not get the Oscar. Unless you let those judges see that you are working hard. If there is no public relations and no behind the scenes operations, do you think they will give you the Oscar? So, there is no need to prepare for Oscars now. Wayne spread his hands. Now I prefer to speak with box office numbers. Naomi Watts nodded, understanding the director's mentality, and silently closed her eyes, thinking about what to do after she moved out. Although she has only starred in 2 films so far, this racial discrimination incident made her realize that she had thought too simply about Hollywood in the past. The fierce competition here, and the complex relationships between actors, directors, and agents are not comparable to what she had experienced in Australia before. Gradually, the breathing of the two began to stabilize, and they both fell asleep in their own thoughts. Wayne slept in for a rare time. When he woke up, Naomi had moved out. Thinking about the madness of last night, he forced himself to forget that feeling, and reminded himself that he had just started, and was far from being able to focus on his feelings. After breakfast, Sergey drove Wayne to Burbank again. In the Warner building, he saw Hallberry, who had been waiting for him since early in the morning. Hallberry's face was obviously much more haggard, and she was no longer as beautiful as she was in the first audition. Warner has already talked to me, and I have signed that damn confidentiality agreement. I'm ready. Hallberry took the initiative to speak, looking at Wayne with complicated eyes. Wayne turned his head and looked at Paul Charles. After he nodded in confirmation, he said with relief, "I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." After saying that, he took the contract on the table and checked it to make sure it was okay and signed his name. Wayne. Paul Charles saw him sign the contract and handed him a printout. "This is the detailed process of the plan. Warner's reporters will interview Hallberry soon. All you have to do is cooperate with this plan." After reading it carefully, the plan in it was much more detailed than what Paul said. Even the shopping trip together in the next few days was clearly marked. "No problem, that's it for now. I have to rush to the studio and have a shooting task in the afternoon." After saying that, he nodded to Hallberry again and walked out with the information. After returning to Warner Studios, Wayne turned on the workaholic mode again. Unless necessary, all the things in life were handed over to Nina. Will Smith and Naomi Watts were in good condition for filming, and Metz and others were also getting better and better. This made the crew's filming speed suddenly increase. They have passed the running-in period. Okay, take a 10-minute break. The next day, when Wayne was taking a break, after shooting a set of shots, Will Smith came over with a strange smile. "Hey, Wayne, this is what my assistant just brought. The news on it will definitely surprise you." "What?" Wayne, who was staring at the monitor to watch the playback, took the newspaper handed over by Will Smith and saw the enlarged and bold headline at a glance. "Black Pearl is deeply trapped in self-blame and torture, suspected of suffering from depression!" Exclamation mark. The newspaper exaggeratedly reported that Hallberry was threatened by felon Goodman, threw dirty water on the director, and falsely accused him of racial discrimination, which made her fall into self-blame and suspected of suffering from depression. There was also a photo that was suspected to be taken secretly below. "This is not a big deal." He rolled the newspaper and there was a detailed interview with Hallberry on the back. The whole article was filled with her confession of her behavior and her gratitude to Wayne for forgiving her generously. At the end of the report, there was a sentence she said in person. "For a gentleman as broad-minded as Wayne Greenberg, what girl can not like him? He is a good man with character. I think I'm deeply attracted by his noble character." It seems that Warner has already started the plan impatiently, perhaps worried that the heat will pass and the public will forget about this matter. "Hey, bro, did you see that? This girl actually told the media that she likes you. Is there anything more ridiculous than this?" Will Smith teased him with a strange smile. During this time in the crew, everyone got to know each other well, especially Will Smith. With his pleasing appearance, he could chat with almost everyone. "Maybe I should accept her love, then forgive all the wrong things she has done, and live happily with her?" Wayne said in a very formal tone, but these words sounded like he was teasing to the ears of those around him. Hey, Will Smith said in a rap tone. "No one should say that our director has no sense of humor. You see, he is just not good at using it in filming." The staff around all laughed. Wayne looked at them speechlessly. Is it true that telling the truth is the funny thing these days? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 begins. Wayne didn't care about Warner's move at all. It wasn't his turn yet. What he needed to care about most was the crew's filming. He was very open about using his love affair to hype the film. Ever since George Lucas created Star Wars, Hollywood movies have rapidly developed into a market-oriented film. Later, with the support of George Lucas, Steven Spielberg came out of nowhere and commercialized the film to the extreme. In the early 1990s, commercial film directors like Trucker emerged. So it is a fact that movies have long become a commodity. Since it is a commodity, it is the most normal thing for director Wayne to do promotional activities himself and let the public pay for this commodity. Before making this movie, he found the positioning of the movie in the project plan and targeted the potential consumer group of the movie. Minorities naturally became the potential audience of this movie. This is the only movie he can think of that will not disgust most white people and drive more people of color into the theater. Wayne chose these two films from the beginning, not for awards, nor for professional reputation, but for business. Since the media newspapers arranged by Warner reported Holberry, many gossip tabloids followed up. Their ability to make up stories, coupled with their extremely low bottom line, soon made the matter a hot topic. Time came to September 1991. The work in the studio of Warner Studios was in an orderly manner, and another film directed by Warner was also like a linear movie, performed smoothly. Today, Holberry came to the studio again. With a complicated expression, she walked into the studio of Get Out under the gaze of reporters. After explaining her purpose to the security guard, Nina took her in. "Ms. Berry, don't speak loudly after entering. The crew is working." "I understand." Hearing the reminder, she replied softly. Pushing open the small door of the studio, Holberry stood at the door, watching a large group of workers gathered on one side, filming Will Smith's scenes. This is the first time the male lead comes to his girlfriend's house. Naomi sits in the living room with Will Smith, and her parents warmly entertain their daughter's black boyfriend. Even a little too warmly, the girlfriend's white father personally takes him to visit his home. The camera follows the two until the kitchen, where they see the black nanny with a weird smile. Cut. This one is past. Mace, very good performance. After hearing the director's shout, the staff seemed to come alive suddenly and immediately began to prepare for the next scene. After the shooting was completed, Wayne habitually watched the playback again until he was sure that there was no problem. Then he turned around and noticed Holberry. Not only did he notice it, but everyone in the crew was observing this woman. The gossip tabloids these days made many people think that this woman was incredible. "Hey, Harry, you have to wait for me for a while. There is still one scene before the end of today's work." Wayne took the initiative to smile and greet her. "According to the plan, he will have dinner with this black pearl today. I'm not in a hurry, you go first." Holberry hurried to the side. "I'll wait for you here. It's a good opportunity for me to take a look. You know, I've only played a few minor roles and haven't seen a formal film production." Seeing that Nina brought a chair for her, she ignored her. Luke was the bravest and had the closest relationship with Wayne, so Luke was the first to walk to Wayne's side. "My God. Are those tabloids right? You're not really getting together with her, are you? Why? Is it new?" Wayne didn't even raise his head, staring at the monitor. That's how Hollywood is. If you like someone, you'll have a passionate sex, and if you don't feel anything anymore, you'll break up. Let me remind you, it was this woman who almost ruined your career. Luke thought his junior might be confused. "It's not what you think. You'll understand later." "Okay, start the next one when you're ready." Luke shook his head and walked to the actors to coordinate the filming. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the crew finished their day's work on time, but everyone didn't do it today. They all watched the director and the Black Pearl get on the same tram. "Harry, what conditions did Warner give you?" Wayne asked her curiously in the car. "You know what I mean. $200,000 and after the matter is over, they promised to give me a role in Warner's first line project." She looked at the crowds of people leaving one after another and did not hide anything and told the conditions Warner gave her. These things are in the confidentiality agreement, but Wayne does not need to keep them secret. A very cost-effective deal. Warner gave her not only dollars and roles, but also gave her the opportunity to survive in Hollywood, so this is a very cost-effective deal. Are you mocking me? Halle Berry suddenly retracted her gaze to the outside and turned back to stare at Wayne. You are too sensitive, Harry. Looking at the delicate face of this black pearl, Wayne could clearly feel her inner struggle. After getting off the tram at the door, two reporters immediately came up to them, one carrying a camera and the other holding a recorder to block them. Director Greenberg, are you dating Miss Halle Berry? The reporter asked, and put the recorder in front of Wayne's face. No, it's not a date, just a normal conversation between friends. Ms. Halle Berry, is it true that you admire Director Greenberg? The reporter immediately changed the target of the interview. Halle Berry smiled as soon as she got out of the car, and her expression changed as fast as turning a page of a book. When she heard the reporter's question, she immediately gave what she wanted. Yes, I admire Director Greenberg very much. She tilted her head and looked at Wayne, her eyes full of emotion. I came here to invite him to dinner and thank him for forgiving me generously. Of course, if he doesn't refuse, I really want to have a romantic date with him. Okay, that's it, we should leave. Wayne interrupted the interview. Sergey had already driven the car out of the parking lot and was waiting for them. Anyway, everything that needed to be said had been said. Harry waved goodbye to the reporter and got into the Cadillac together. Boss, are you going home? Sergey glanced at Harry through the rearview mirror and asked the boss where he was going. Go to West Hollywood, Rose Western Restaurant. After saying that, he looked at Harry and said, you just performed well, very perfect. Thank you. Halle Berry said with self-mockery. I have practiced many times. In fact, Wayne wanted to complain. You have such acting skills, what have you been doing before? The way she looked at him just now, from the perspective of her director, is that she is a natural movie actor. This is the difference between movie actors and TV actors. Because there are several cameras in the filming of movies, all of which are facing the actors, and the actors especially need to express emotions through their eyes. TV actors do not have this requirement. The production cost of a TV series with more than 10 episodes per season is usually not high, and it is not necessary to always give close-ups to the actors. When they arrived at the door of the reserved restaurant, Sergey opened the car door for them, parked the car in the parking lot, and sat in the car alone waiting. This is a French restaurant, and the table has been reserved. In fact, it doesn't matter what to eat. What matters is the reporter sitting next to them. After a pleasant dinner, Halle Berry took Wayne's arm and walked out of the restaurant. Where are you going? I'll take you. After getting in the car, Wayne asked her politely. My apartment is not far from here, just 2 blocks over. Halle Berry instinctively refused, but after seeing him pause, she said again. Okay, drive straight ahead, it's not far ahead. Under her command, Sergey successfully arrived at the apartment 2 blocks away. Would you like to come up for a cup of coffee? Wayne wanted to go back after she got out of the car, but when he suddenly heard Halle Berry's words, he was stunned for a moment. The relationship between them was not harmonious. I mean, it's still early. Halle Berry seemed to have made up her mind, licking her lips and reaching out to scratch the back of his hand with her nails. Would you like to come up for a cup of coffee? Well, although this scene is a bit early. Wayne nodded to Sergey, opened the car door, and got out of the car. But I don't mind going up to sit. The apartment where Halle Berry lived was similar to the one he used to live in. The room was not big, only about 60 square meters. After opening the door, he found that the room was clean. Have a seat. I'll turn on the coffee machine. He sat on the sofa in front of the TV and watched the woman get busy after she came in, grinding coffee and making coffee. Neither of them spoke until she brought 2 cups of coffee, and then Wayne said thank you. I want to talk to you about that videotape. Harry. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt her. I said that the videotape would only appear in my safe. Promise. Halle Berry stared into his eyes. I promise. Hearing Wayne's words, Halle Berry laughed inexplicably, took a sip of coffee, and said with emotion in her voice, you know, this period of time is like a dream. If I hadn't been greedy and wanted to take shortcuts, Things wouldn't be like this now. It's over, Harry. The woman's state fluctuated too much, and her face changing speed was also top notch, making Wayne not know what to say. This is also your chance, you know what I mean. Yes, of course I understand. She put down the cup in her hand and slowly knelt on the floor. Want to try what we didn't finish in your office that day? Looking at the hands reaching for his belt, Wayne had a playful smile on his face. Of course. Oh my god. Wayne. Are you an animal? Chapter 63. What did you smoke? In September in Los Angeles, the morning was already a little chilly. Sergey slammed the car door shut. He had been waiting downstairs all night. After getting out of the car, he stamped his feet and looked at the rising sun. He was a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should go upstairs to wake up his boss. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Maybe I should have gone back last night. Just as he stretched out his long arms and twisted his waist left and right to exercise his body, he heard the sound of thump 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 coming down the stairs. Damn it. I forgot about you. Wayne saw Sergio's wrinkled clothes and knew that he had spent the night in the car. My mistake. I thought you went back last night. I should have come down to tell you. It's okay, boss. Sergio shook his long arms, helped Wayne open the back door, waited for him to get into the car, sat in the driver's seat, and turned around to ask him, are we going back to the manor? Or go directly to the studio? Wayne raised his wrist, looked at his watch and shook his head. Let's go to the studio directly. It's too late to go back now. Last night, this black pearl brought him another kind of enjoyment. Her skin, like satin, was something that a white girl could never have. In addition, she played freely, the body of a professional model was flexible, and the unique curves of Africans made him so fascinated that he forgot that Sergey was still waiting downstairs. Sergey drove steadily. He sat in the back and thought about this woman. This was the second woman he had had a relationship with in more than a year. Unlike Naomi, although he admired her appearance, he did not have any feelings for her. Whether it was the ridiculous farce caused by her during this period of time, or her willingness to participate in this plan because of Warner, Wayne had no feelings for Africans from the beginning. But now he wanted to say, oh my, it smells so good. Boss, we are here. Sergio's reminder interrupted his aftertaste. Do you want me to go in with you? Or do you want to drive the tram yourself? No, find a place to rest. I won't leave Warner Studios during the day. Just pick me up before work. Looking at Sergio's wrinkled suit, Wayne knew that he must not have rested well last night. His big body was a bit too big for the space in the car. After saying that, Wayne waved to him and didn't let him get off the car. He found a tram and drove into the studio. He first took out today's shooting plan, confirmed the shooting shots, and let out a long sigh. The current shooting progress is about 3 days faster than planned, leaving him and the crew with ample room for trial and error. He originally thought that this film would be much more difficult than the previous one, but he didn't expect that backed by a giant, the benefits would be so great. There are all kinds of props and scenery, plus a huge studio, which gives Wayne unlimited ways to take shortcuts. This shooting method was definitely a bit unorthodox in Hollywood in the 1990s. Unlike later generations, almost all commercial films were shot indoors as much as possible, and outdoor scenes were avoided as much as possible. Today's directors and production companies are not so mean. The general idea of this era is that, if a film is not shot on location, it really has no artistic element. Moreover, from film critics to Academy members, no one will agree with such a film, let alone Oscar. It was not until the success of the first film shot entirely on indoor screens, 300 Spartans, that the industry suddenly realized that it turned out that shooting all indoors could save so much money and effort. Director Zack Snyder, this guy is an advertising director, and he has shot MVs and various commercials for many years, so he knows all kinds of low-cost gamma play, and the films he shoots are particularly gorgeous. Wayne is not that crazy, but this film is special and the cost is low, so he can put most of the shots here. Hi, good morning, Director Greenberg. Maze was the first to walk into the studio with a stack of newspapers. After saying hello, she shook the newspaper in her hand and pointed to one of the huge photos. It seems that these media are not talking nonsense. Did you really go on a date with Hall Berry last night? As a woman, and an African American woman, Maze's heart for gossip was burning at this moment. Taking the newspaper, Wayne had to say that the reporters of Warner were really professional. The picture on it looked like a candid shot, showing two people having an intimate conversation while eating in a restaurant. And the report below was also full of get out. In the words of the newspaper, it was this movie that made a pair of enemies and lovers. And it also briefly described the plot of Get Out and the African American actors in it. Did you really go on a date? Oh, I see. You didn't go home last night. Seeing that he didn't say anything, but just lowered his head and stared at the newspaper, Maze asked him again. How do you know? Wayne was a little surprised. It's not written in the newspaper, right? Clothes. Maze pointed at his shirt. You usually change your clothes every day. Although the styles are similar, this one is obviously from yesterday, and the shirt is not ironed. Looking down at himself, Wayne smiled and drove Mace away. Since he moved into the manor, he never cared about clothes, but he changed every day. Hella would always prepare everything. At 9 o'clock in the morning, all the crew members arrived one after another, and Wayne began his busy work again. Maybe the filming in the past few days was too smooth, even God was against the crew. In a scene with Will Smith and Rebecca, the heroine's mother, Will couldn't get into the state no matter what. He had no choice but to stop filming and patiently explain the scene to Will Smith. Will, hey, think about your performance today. It's just shit compared to before. Put yourself into it. You are talking to your girlfriend's mother, and before she knocks the spoon, you are in good condition. But after she knocks the spoon, you have to cry. Not this kind of formatted crying. You can't control yourself, understand? While talking about your mother, when you were a child, you can't control your tears, and let the audience understand your performance. Wayne said while walking around him. This is one of the few difficult parts in the whole film. The male protagonist must use facial expressions, eyes, and language to convey to the audience that he is forced to hypnotize. Let me rest for a while. Give me some time to adjust. I promise I'm fine. Will Smith did not look very good. Although it can't be seen from his face, he was mentally depressed. Okay, adjust yourself. Just as Wayne passed by him and walked towards the director's monitor, he suddenly felt as if he smelled something. Ha ha. That's right. He turned back and took 2 deep breaths. The smell was very light, but very obvious. Damn it, Will, call your agent over. Wayne was a little angry. He knew that 80% or even more people in this studio had the habit of smoking leaf tobacco, but no one would smoke that stuff at work. Yes, Wayne often smelled this smell when he was in middle school, a kind of light fishy smell. Although he had never tried it, he was very sensitive to it. Hey, Wayne, listen to me. Will Smith obviously saw the serious expression on the director's face and tried to explain, my agent hasn't come yet. Listen, this time it's my fault. There was a party in the rap circle last night, so we played until the morning. Sorry. That's right. He is usually very dedicated and this has never happened before. Okay, I accept your apology. I will shoot other scenes in the morning and shoot this scene in the afternoon. Wayne didn't say anything more. Of course, leaf tobacco is indispensable for a party. Maybe he also ate something else. Since he has apologized, there is no need to pursue it. Well, you have to promise that there won't be a next time. At least don't touch those things while working. Okay, thank you. After Wayne returned to the monitor, he took out the director's notebook and began to change the shooting scenes. With Will Smith's current state, it was impossible to shoot complicated scenes. What's wrong with him? Coffee, boss. Nina handed him a cup of hot coffee and asked curiously. Nothing. You know what's going on at pop star parties. Wayne explained casually to his assistant. Especially for those rap stars, at the parties, besides women, there are only drugs, cocaine, and other addictive drugs. I really don't understand what's so good about those things. Listening to his complaints, Nina looked understanding and suddenly stared at her boss and said, Nami said you never touched these things. Can't it be true? Wayne glanced at her. Yes, I know those things are harmful. Why do you still smoke? How pitiful, boss. You are missing a big part of your youth. When I was in school, I would occasionally smoke a few puffs when I encountered something very stressful. In terms of relaxing nerves, leaf tobacco is more comfortable than cigarettes. Listening to Nina's complaints, Wayne didn't find it strange. Young people in this country, from middle school to college, are rarely like him, not touching those induced drugs. Cigarettes are different. He was making his last struggle. Stop. Okay, I know cigarettes are also harmful. The filming work was carried out in an orderly manner. Every 3 or 5 days, he would have a meal with Hallberry or something, and every time there would be a reporter who happened to secretly photograph them. In various reports, the relationship between Wayne and Hallberry has become clearer and clearer. Now all that's left is to officially announce this relationship. You know, it's still the 1990s, and black and white is really rare. For a white man like Wayne to find a girlfriend of color, most of them are Latin Americans, and there are very few African Americans. This is itself an eye-catching thing. He and Hallberry are okay. The opening scene of Get Out is about an African American boy and a white girl, which was considered unconventional in the 1990s. Of course, the core conflict of the film is based on this. Chapter 64 Mexican Food. In the early 1990s, there were no Black Lives Matter and #MeToo movements in North America, and the so-called political correctness was still in its infancy. Of course, those homosexuals were also trembling in the dark, and they would never have thought that Hollywood homosexuality would be the biggest political correctness in the future. Speaking of the largest minority group, it is undoubtedly African Americans. In the usual entertainment activities of these black guys, going to the cinema to watch a movie is definitely the last choice. Whether Warner hypes up the love affair between black and white, or reveals the starring actors and story synopsis of the film in advance, its purpose is to drive these black guys who would not have entered the cinema into the cinema and let them contribute to the unplanned box office of the project. In the studio of Warner Studios, Wayne was calculating the date. The shots here were about to be finished, and there were not many scenes left, mostly some scattered connection pictures. He had to calculate the time of wrapping up, so that Hallberry could move into his house at the end of the early shooting to keep the topic of the film. Luke, how are the deer preparations going? Will there be any animal protection organizations causing trouble? Deer will appear many times in the film, and the metaphor is African Americans. No problem. After finishing the filming here, we can go to the suburbs to set up. Luke thought about it, and said with certainty, no animal protection organizations have come to us yet. We will shoot as soon as possible. Okay. The most worrying thing for Wayne in the whole film is that the animal protection organizations will cause trouble for the deer. These people have crooked brains. They don't care about the people in the crew. Even if there are safety issues, they will not care. They will only care about those damn animals. If these people come to the door, Wayne does not intend to entangle, and is ready to implement the second set of plans, directly using props. The effect is definitely not as good as the real one, but it avoids a lot of trouble. Okay, let's get ready to start. After shooting these, our mission will be completed by more than half. Wayne flipped through the finished plan, put the notebook on the table, and asked Luke to notify the end of the break and continue shooting. Now all the shots are fragmented, and the actors are exhausted from the frequent changes of scenes, positions, costumes, and performances. After a day's work, Naomi walked to Wayne and asked him weakly, "How many days will this last?" Wayne stared at Luke parking up the film after shooting, and his voice was casual. "It's almost done. There are not many shots left. You said so a week ago." Naomi's tone was tired. "Come to my place tonight. Have a drink together?" Seeing Luke lock the film in the box, he turned his attention to the blonde beauty beside him. "No, I have an appointment with Harry. You should go to bed early." "Hey, didn't you say this is a publicity plan?" Naomi looked around and complained in a low voice. "Is that bitch really that charming? I called the manor, and Hella said you often stay out." Ignoring the woman's complaints, they are all professional actors, and he is too lazy to distinguish the truth from the false attitude of the other party. There may be some emotional factors of the supervisor, but he prefers to believe that it is the woman's competitive spirit that is at work. "Go to bed early, Nami. Also, don't interfere with my private life." Wayne packed up his things, handed his bag to Nina, and turned around and walked out. When he left the studio, Sergey was waiting at the door in his car. Wayne opened the door and got into the back seat without paying attention to Nina, who got in the front seat. "Did the shooting go well today?" Holberry had been waiting in the car for a long time. When she saw him come in, she took the initiative to come up and massage his shoulders, just like a pair of real lovers. The shots here will be finished soon. Wayne glanced at her and enjoyed the massage from her. Pack up your things and you can move to my place in 2 days. He guessed what this woman meant. He knew what Harry wanted from the first day, and this matter was also very beneficial to her. With constant exposure in the newspapers, it can be said that her Hollywood journey has become famous in another way. Seeing that Wayne seemed to be in a good mood, Harry's eyes rolled, and he had more ideas. Maybe we can go back to my apartment to eat. My Mexican food is good. Mexican food. Wayne repeated it with a weird tone, and he didn't understand the thoughts of this black pearl. He lifted her chin with his hand, hooked it in front of him, and slowly kissed her soft red lips. Sergei glanced at the rearview mirror, stretched out his hand, and turned the mirror in a different direction. Nina, leave me at Harry's apartment, and you can go back. Wayne let go of the beauty in his arms, and said to the two people in front. The Russian security guard shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. He had gotten used to it during this period of time. Every 3 or 5 days, the boss would stay in the apartment for a night. It seemed that this black beauty really fascinated the boss. After arriving at the downstairs of the apartment, Wayne ignored Nina and the others, and followed Holberry upstairs with ease. Mexican food. Huh. After opening the door, the two of them couldn't wait to hug each other. She knew very well that what interested Wayne was this charming body, which was also her biggest asset now. Only when she could make the director feel her efforts could she implement her extra ideas. 25-year-old Holberry was definitely the best stage for a woman. During this period, Wayne enjoyed another kind of beauty that was different from that of white girls. This helped him relieve the anxiety and pressure brought by the intense work. Wayne. After the passion, Harry lay on his chest, his dark eyes looking at Wayne's profile, his voice lazily. I heard that you have 2 scripts filed with the Writers Guild. Is the next one still a thriller? She could feel the change in this man's attitude towards her, even if it was just because of her hard work to please him. That was enough. She wanted to get more from this. The next plan will take a long time. Wayne reached out and picked up cigarettes and fire from the bedside. The post-production of this film will be completed in January. Warner will hold a media preview in February, and the release date is tentatively scheduled for May. The box office feedback of this film will determine the time of the next plan. Wow, this film will definitely be a success. Holberry asked curiously. Is the next film still a thriller? Not exactly. Wayne shook his head. If the performance of this film meets expectations, I will make the next film in my own style. Wayne was telling the truth. The biggest purpose of the first 2 films was to gain a foothold in Hollywood and give confidence to the investment company. The cost of the next cheap production will definitely soar. It is impossible to make such a low-cost production again. The biggest role of the film Get Out is to give Warner confidence and let them pay for their subsequent big productions. He understood what Holberry meant. This woman has been trying hard to please him during this period. Her personality has changed very quickly. Isn't it all for a possible opportunity? Wayne is not a person who only knows how to ask for things without giving anything. As long as she can accompany him to complete Warner's plan with peace of mind, in addition to what Warner gave her in the contract, what's wrong with giving her a role that suits the other party in his next project? Reaching out to extinguish the cigarette at the bedside, Wayne lowered his head and kissed her. I know what you want, and that requires some patience. Hearing Wayne's words, Holberry's dark eyes were filled with joy. How can I thank you? I carried out Na's plan well. Wayne's eyes passed from her delicate face and went all the way down. Harry, you have a really hot body, very charming. The charming night in the apartment passed, and Wayne, like most men in this circle, left his passion in the dark, got up early, and prepared to work hard. The next day, Wayne rushed to the studio early in the morning. The filming of Get Out had reached the final stage. The planned scenes in the studio had to be shot today, and he would give the simple landscape shots to Luke. After another morning of fragmented shots, no one was in a hurry to have lunch and rest today. They were all looking at the few people around the monitor. As the core creative staff of this team, production manager John, assistant director Luke, lighting engineer Steve, cameraman Robert and director Wayne, stared at the monitor screen together, watching all the shots shot in the morning. Look here, Robert. Pressing pause, Wayne pointed to the picture on the screen, which was a shot of the maid Mace carrying fruit to the other leading actors in the living room. You are using horizontal parallel shooting here. If you change the method and use the tracking shooting method from the right side to give a close-up of Metz's profile, will it be better? Put the center of the lens on Metz's profile. Robert gently pinched his chin with his left hand, thought for a while and said, I think it's okay. In this way, it will be easier to give the audience a sense of weirdness with post-production. Reshoot this one. Wayne gestured to Luke and asked him to organize the actors to prepare. For shots like this, we can increase the focus of Metz and blur the surroundings slightly in post-production to increase the weirdness of the film and give the audience psychological hints. No one went to eat, so we can shoot. Robert saw that Luke had already started to organize the actors to stand. He glanced at the monitor again and also went to arrange the camera position. After the shooting started, Wayne kept staring at the monitor. He could clearly feel the change in Robert's shooting feeling from the screen. He nodded and shouted cut. Several people returned to him and watched it again together and discussed the lens problems with him from time to time. Until everyone was sure that there was no problem, they all focused their attention on his face as the director. Looking at the dozens of people in the studio, Wayne said with a smile, all the scenes in the studio have been filmed, and everyone can have a day off. Yes, we can finally take a break. Holy yes. Chapter 65 filming completed. Since Wayne and Halle Berry started dating, the media under Warner Brothers have started to hype it up from all angles, and various gossip tabloids have followed up to make up some unreliable stories. The name of Get Out has been constantly mentioned by the public. Coupled with the influence of Wayne's previous film Happy Death Day among young people, this Get Out is like triggering a chain reaction, leaving a deep sense of expectation among young fans. Halle Berry is also in the plan, and under the arrangement of Warner, she participated in a TV talk show. She is a very smart woman and knows why she is on the show. On the show, she talked about her relationship with Wayne, and almost every answer involving their relationship would bring the name of Warner's new movie. As a veteran film and television giant, Warner Brothers' publicity and promotion capabilities are definitely one of the best. Their deep rhythm film promotion method always appears in the ears of the public with this kind of news that is neither hot nor cold. These are all preparations for the pre-release publicity of the film. Only when the premiere comes, they will use more intensive publicity to ignite the audience's expectations in the past few months and drive them into the theater. In Los Angeles in November, the average temperature is about 12 to 16 degrees, and it is obviously cooler in the suburbs. But you have to put on a coat when you go out in the morning, and you will change to long-sleeved and short-sleeved clothes at noon, which makes Wayne feel that the suburbs and the city are two different temperatures. After more than 2 months of intense filming, the filming of Get Out has also come to an end. In Ventura County in the greater Los Angeles area, Wayne stood in front of the rural house rented by the crew, watching the staff busy and orderly setting up the scene. He didn't walk behind the monitor until Luke confirmed that the arrangement was completed. Luke, start. He said to Luke, who was looking at him. Luke shouted immediately. The 147th scene, the 12th scene, start. Will Smith walked into the camera and saw his previously thinner black compatriot talking to the white man next to him. He took out a portable camera to take a picture of this scene, but ignored the shutter sound and flash. The scene immediately fell into an awkward situation. The black man's expression froze, and blood slowly flowed from his nose. He rushed to Will Smith, grabbed his collar, and yelled like crazy, asking him to leave. The people next to him quickly pulled the black man away. Cut. Very good. This shot passed. Hurry up and set up the next scene. Jason, add more ketchup. This is an R-rated movie. As this long shot passed in one go, Wayne also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the only place where he made obvious changes. It would be best if there were no problems. In the original film, the male protagonist did not hold a camera here, but took a sneak shot with a mobile phone. But mobile phones were not so high-tech these days, and there was no camera function. So the biggest change in the whole film was to give the male protagonist a habit of carrying a camera. Otherwise he would not be able to set the final murder shot. Ready, boss? Nina saw that he was still staring at the playback just shot and gently patted him. Coming back to his senses, Wayne saw that the entire crew was waiting for him. "Luke, let's start. It seems that everyone can't wait to get off work." Luke smiled and nodded. Looking at the arranged car crash scene, he shouted, "Scene 148, Scene 1, start." Wayne stared at the monitor screen. It was about to end. He hoped that everything would go well. On the screen, Will Smith opened the car door and ran away, and the gardener, grandfather, of his girlfriend's family rushed over and pressed on him. Just when he was about to be killed, he suddenly remembered the flash. So Will Smith took out the camera in his pocket, pointed it at the black gardener, who was pressing him, and pressed the button. The intense flash at close range briefly made the gardener regain consciousness. He let go of Will Smith and turned around to exchange guns with the heroine. At the moment he shot the heroine, he shot and killed her. A large amount of ketchup appeared in the close-up of the camera, and then the black gardener pointed the gun at his chin and shot himself to death. Cut. No problem. After shouting stop, Wayne pressed the replay button and watched it carefully again. After making sure there were no flaws, he picked up the megaphone Luke handed him and stood on the director's chair. "We've been working hard for nearly 3 months. We've encountered a lot of difficulties. I even thought I would be replaced." Everyone laughed loudly until he was making fun of himself and encountered a racial discrimination farce. Everyone was tortured by ketchup in the later stages of filming. "Oh, don't deny it. I know you have always called me a blood-making machine in private." Another round of laughter came. Wayne's expression returned to seriousness and he shouted into the megaphone, "Thank you for your dedication to the work. Compared to the bad thing that almost lost the filming, this filming was much more relaxed than his first independent production. The various professional personnel in the crew and the workers who were more than them took on too much work. Especially the actors in this crew, whether they were African American or white. At least there was no public conflict. This was too rare in the 1990s. These things showed that the actors were all working hard to cooperate towards success. Each of you is the creator of this film." He stood on the director's chair, held up the megaphone, and looked at the crowd again, and suddenly laughed again. "The most important point is that, because of everyone's hard work, we still have some money left for the filming. So, we will return to Los Angeles tomorrow, book a bar in Burbank, and have a grand party. Yeah." Everyone shouted in confusion. Although the filming went smoothly for more than 2 months, everyone was exhausted by Wayne's tight filming schedule. Finally, this kind of life can end. Everyone relaxed, even the extras were helping to pack up the props. They didn't want to stay in this suburb anymore, so they quickly packed up their things and lined up in a convoy to Los Angeles. Sitting in the car heading to Los Angeles, Wayne patiently told Luke and John, the finished film should be sent to Warner's safe as soon as possible. There must be no problems. The other 2 people squeezed in the backseat looked at the director's serious expression and nodded at the same time. They knew the importance of the film. "Wayne, I think you can consider changing your car. This car doesn't have enough space. Don't be too frugal. I know the dealer of the car dealership. Can I give you a business card?" After the filming, John's pressure was also relieved by half. He twisted his body and teased Wayne's stinginess. This project started when Warner deposited funds into the account. The 2 people with the most pressure in the crew were the production manager and the director. Wayne was better. After all, he had confidence in his heart. But John has been working under pressure. He never competed with anyone for power in the crew. He just quietly controlled the flow of funds and helped Wayne manage and coordinate the types of work. It can be said that his presence was not high. "This car is also new." Wayne slapped his forehead. "When I bought it, I didn't expect it to be unusable so quickly, and I didn't expect my security to be such a big guy. This Russian bear is like being hit by my car every day." Sergey heard him complain, stretched his long arm to the back seat, and gave middle finger, while Nina laughed and lay down in front. "Wayne, I bet if you had the same sense of humor when shooting the funny scenes, it would not be so difficult." Luke sighed. He never understood why Wayne could not shoot those funny scenes when he was chatting with his acquaintances. "Don't you have you, Luke? Just like this movie, you did a great job in the funny scenes." Wayne praised sincerely. Luke has grown very fast. Many shots in this movie were shot by him. Although Luke temporarily extinguished the idea of being a director, his habit has always been to learn everything he sees. He is also willing to help this diligent senior brother and let Luke try to shoot when there is a chance. Okay, John, give Nana a business card of that car dealer. It seems that I have to change my car. As soon as they said that, Wayne also felt that the space in the car was not big. His time when he was working was very precious. Maybe changing to a car with a larger space would allow him to keep working on the road. I want to remind you, Director Greenberg, Luke was a little angry when he heard this. The first film you made has created nearly $30 million in profits for you. Don't be so stingy. Damn, look at the big manor you live in now. It definitely doesn't match your car. After saying that, Luke was suddenly stunned. Damn, you didn't buy the house in full, did you? You spent all the money? Hey, Luke. Wayne shook his head. I'm not that stupid. The house was bought with a loan. I only paid a down payment of more than 11 million. I still have some financial management knowledge. The filming is done. I'm going back to the farm to rest for a few days. Let my mother introduce me to an accountant. The rest of the money will be invested in the stock market. I have held this cash for too long. He himself knew that putting money in the bank was the stupidest behavior. The US dollar was depreciating every moment. It's not that Wayne didn't want to invest the money early, but he had to find an accountant or agent who could be a newcomer first. In his previous life, he was a well-off loser, but he had heard too many news about accountants colluding to defraud agents. Nicolas Cage in this circle was cheated and filmed countless bad movies just to pay back the money. There is also the well-known Tim Duncan, who is also a fan. Tim Duncan's agent and accountant cheated him out of tens of millions of dollars and a wife. So he has never been in a hurry, wanting to find a reliable accountant and then invest the money. Without an accountant he trusts, he would rather let the money depreciate in the bank than cause trouble for himself. Chapter 66. Your goal is the largest vase in the universe. The cruise motorcade finally returned to Los Angeles before dark. Except for Luke and John, who escorted the film to the safe of Warner Brothers, the rest of the people went home after entering Los Angeles. Just as Wayne was about to go home, Naomi Watts came to his car and knocked on the window gently. What's wrong? Naomi, what's the matter? After letting Sergey lower the car window, Wayne stuck his head out and asked her in confusion. Naomi looked at the man who was close to her a few months ago, but now became more and more unfamiliar, and she felt uncomfortable. During this period, even when filming in the suburbs, he never looked for her. Well, the film is finished. Do you want to go to my place for a drink? Seeing that he was about to use a set of excuses to avoid being secretly photographed, Naomi immediately said, don't you want to go back to your original apartment? I also brought the customized costume back. Wayne looked at this blonde beauty, thought about it, and opened the car door for her to get in. Nina, show Sergey the way, and take me to my old apartment. After getting in the car, Naomi smiled triumphantly. He knew that this man was a ruthless bastard, and no woman could get into his heart, but he always had a nostalgic side. The car stopped at the foot of the old apartment building. After Wayne got out of the car, he waved his car away and looked at the old building in front of him. Everything was so familiar, as if he had left here just yesterday. This old apartment building, he could find his home even with his eyes closed. Naomi opened the door, and after he went in, he suddenly realized that the living environment here was so cramped that even sitting on the sofa made him feel like he couldn't move around. Are you not used to it? Naomi brought him his favorite strong coffee and sat beside him and asked him. In the first 2 days after I came back, I always felt that everything I saw was very small. Isn't it ironic? No, I think you will change your residence soon. Wayne took a big sip of coffee, stared at her light blue eyes, and habitually stretched out his hand to hook her chin. Sweetheart, you look so beautiful today. He kissed her hard. Although Wayne had never had a serious girlfriend since he was a child, he had experienced a lot of American good friends. Naomi Watts always gave him the feeling of being in tune with him in some aspects. This was the woman who made him feel closest to his girlfriend, whether in terms of personality or anything else. Halle Berry was different. She was a woman who dared to give up everything for what she could see in front of her. She changed her face very quickly. As long as it was beneficial to her, she would do it regardless of her own safety, even if it made people feel incomprehensible. Just like her publicity plan this time, even if she knew that Wayne's promise to her might be to stabilize her, and there was a high probability that he would turn his face against her, she would also go all out. You can't blame her for thinking too much. Women who can finally become Oscar winners are all tough characters. In this old apartment building, Wayne seemed to have returned to a few months ago. In this familiar and twisted illusion, he returned to the bedroom from the bathroom with the blonde beauty. Go ahead, Naomi. After pulling the quilt, he habitually lit a cigarette. What did you come to talk to me about today? You can't just vent your desires. I don't have a mentally retarded aura. Just as this woman understood him, he could guess Naomi's character. Remember when you finished shooting your first film? Naomi climbed up from his arms and leaned against the head of the bed side by side with him. I remember you gave me a lot of advice at that time. This film has also been shot, and you will be busy with post-production soon. I want to give me some more advice while you still have time. Naomi, you are on the right path now. Believe me, after this film, you will not be facing the current environment. There will be many scripts in front of you waiting for you to choose, and there will be many crews inviting you to audition. He didn't understand what this woman was thinking. As long as the film was successful again, she, as the heroine, would definitely attract attention. It's the direction, Wayne. Naomi took the cigarette from his mouth, took a deep puff, and put it back in his mouth. I hope you can give me some advice on the direction to choose, which is very important to me. Direction? Wayne thought for a moment and stretched out a hand. Naomi, if you want to listen to my advice, first, choose a commercial film that is willing to give you a main role in the next film, and don't consider art films. Second, for your direction, it is best to only choose vase roles in commercial films for the time being. You must understand that not everyone can play a vase role. This is a major selling point of the film, to stimulate fans to spend. Third, and most importantly, continue to improve your core competitiveness, whether it is improving your acting skills in an acting school or something else. Even if it is investing in your body and face, you must constantly improve yourself. I understand choosing commercial films. After all, commercial films will pay a lot, not like you, a stingy person. Naomi rolled her eyes at him. In this Get Out, as the heroine, she only took $150,000. But why do I want to play a vase? Do you think my acting skills are still bad now? No, just from the performance alone, your acting skills are basically qualified. Wayne ignored her complaints and exhaled a puff of green smoke. Pay attention. I mean to be a vase in commercial films. Your acting skills are basically good enough. Don't live up to the innate conditions God has given you. You have the opportunity to become a representative Hollywood actress in the 1990s. These female stars who represent an era have never been good at acting. They are all top-notch vases in big commercial productions. I understand, but, no buts. Wayne interrupted her wild thoughts directly. Remember, the path you are going to take has a clear goal. Look at Julia Roberts. She will be a good target to surpass. Meryl Streep's acting skills can indeed win awards, but who will offer her a salary of $20 million in a first-line big production? When fans mention this era again in a few years or more than a decade, will anyone say that she is a representative of Hollywood actresses? No one will think so. The general fans and even the mass media will only remember Julia Roberts. If you want awards and want to be recognized by the Oscars, you can consider becoming an A-lister. At that time, you have plenty of trial and error space and funds. After saying what he should say, Wayne shut up. The path he told Naomi was the shortest shortcut to success. If it weren't for the woman's continuous efforts and his inexplicable affection for her, he would never say this. This is the most reasonable advice given by a soul from the future, with information from 30 years later, combined with the current actual situation in Hollywood. As long as she follows the direction he said, the lowest achievement will be a second-tier commercial film actress. In Wayne's previous life, what really made her famous was the movie King Kong where he grabbed her and masturbated, not the ones she played before. Go to sleep. I understand. Thank you, Wayne. Naomi remembered everything he said in her heart, kissed him gently, and turned off the bedside lamp. The next morning, Wayne got up early, reminded Naomi not to forget the party in the evening, and then hurried back to the manor. He had experienced the same thing once, that is, after the filming was over. Everyone had a rest time, but as the director and second producer of the film, it was definitely not time to relax. Being able to slowly plan the post-production at home was a very comfortable vacation for him. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Sergey drove to the downstairs of Hallberry's apartment and picked up the sexy and hot black pearl. I don't understand. Hallberry took a small mirror and looked at the makeup on her face. Why do we have to hold the party in a bar? Maybe it's because we are small people and we can't afford to book a big hotel? It doesn't matter where the party is held. He has never been a party animal. He just goes there to have a drink and can't blend into the environment. Is your luggage ready? We won't stay at the party for too long. The main purpose today is to move. Hallberry put her makeup and small mirror into her handbag and was finally satisfied with her makeup. Everything is ready. It's just a few clothes. Do you want to notify the reporters arranged by Warner? We don't need to worry about them. Just play your own role. The car stopped at the door of the Hard Rock bar and Wayne walked into the bar with 3 people. Before he entered, he had already heard the music of Duan. As long as there are African Americans in the party, there will never be no such exciting music. The wide bar hall was very brightly lit. The previous bar booths had been dismantled, and 2 huge tables were put in the middle, filled with all kinds of food and drinks. There were 2 dance floors around the table. Perhaps the high-intensity work over the past 2 months had put a lot of pressure on them. Those who arrived early had already started to twist their bodies to the exciting music. Outside was a rest area with chairs, which was Wayne's destination. Nina, Sergey, go and have fun. Don't worry about me. Let go. Maybe you will have a good night. After sending away the assistants and security guards, he walked to the middle, greeted people along the way, took 2 bottles of beer, came to the rest area, and watched the crazy crowd on the dance floor. We are just sitting here all night. Hallberry was a little helpless. She thought she was brought to the party to have fun together. After taking a big sip of beer, Wayne burped comfortably. You can go and have fun. You don't have to follow me. I'll call you when we leave. As he spoke, Will Smith came over to the music, twisting his body as if he had been electrified. Not only him, but the 2 black girls following him also twisted their bodies to the music. For music, sports and dancing, Wayne felt that their race might really have talent. Even if they twisted randomly, they were all on point. Thanks to the brothers who gave rewards. Thank you again for your encouragement. Chapter 67 Moving. Will Smith was obviously very happy, and he might have smoked something to liven up the mood. Hey, bro, come on. Don't sit there. The damn work is over. Come and party together. No, those things are not suitable for me. You go and play. I'm used to sitting here and watching. Wayne ignored his invitation, and even the 2 girls he brought did not meet his aesthetic standards. He didn't understand why these African Americans were pursuing perverted big buttocks, and these 2 black girls were like that, with huge lower bodies that were too wide to be accepted, but their faces were flat noses and thick lips. Okay, as long as you are happy. Will Smith sat opposite him with his arms around the 2 girls, drinking and shaking his upper body with the music. I came here to thank you. You gave me the opportunity to play the first leading actor and an African American leading actor. I'm also in the entertainment industry. I understand what this means. Thank you. Director Greenberg, if there is another chance, I hope to work with you again. Although you are quite boring, but you are a good person. Wayne raised the bottle and clinked it with him and took a big sip. Well, all these are due to your own efforts. You are very talented in acting. I believe you will achieve greater success than singing. Really? It's a pity that there are too few roles suitable for us. That's right. Hollywood is a place where there are only a few roles for their group, and even fewer major roles. It can be said that the internal competition is very fierce. Don't look at it as if a group of black brothers are very united, but in fact, everyone knows what kind of bird it is. It was not until the emergence of Black Lives Matter that the situation was a little better, but only a little. But some people are different. There will be some people favored by God in every group. Now it is Denzel Washington, but he is taking the acting route and has become a representative of black movie stars step by step. After Denzel Washington, the most successful African American group is Will Smith. Will Smith is definitely a brainy African American, and he is also very smart. There are many reasons for his success, including the factor of black skin and white heart, but the biggest reason is his audience appeal. His audience appeal that can transcend race. As one of the few superstars who can single-handedly resist the box office from the 1990s to the 21st century, he is called the king of time by fans in later generations. Well, the social environment is constantly changing. Someone has to become a Hollywood superstar. Maybe you will be the next Hollywood superstar. Will Smith listened to his words, shook his head, hugged the two black girls, and walked into the dance floor. He took these words as a joke. Maybe this director was drunk just after the party started. Now the Hollywood superstars are going to party. Superstars always need exciting lives. You just stay in the corner and think, workaholic. Seeing him as if he was electrified, teasing himself with rap rhythm, and walking into the dance floor to party. This moment made Wayne feel that they were now living a drunken and dreamy Hollywood life, and he was just a bystander. You seem to be very optimistic about my compatriot. Holberry kept staring at Will Smith until he disappeared in the crowd. Is there anything special about him? Does it mean that Hollywood superstars must have protruding ears? No, Harry. I'm also very optimistic about you. You will become an Oscar winner in the future. Influenced by the noisy environment around him, Wayne began to pretend to be a charlatan. What the great Greenberg said will definitely come true. He has a vision that sees through the future. But the more serious he is, the more ridiculous and unreal it feels. Holberry rolled her eyes at him without hesitation, picked up the beer, and gulped down half a bottle. She was too lazy to pay attention to this charlatan now. It would be better to focus on the alcohol, to listen to his serious and weird talk. Hey, aren't you going to find your blonde beauty? Wayne followed her bottle and saw Naomi Watts not far away, dancing with Nina holding a bottle. The two women followed the crazy music and released their youthful energy. She and I are just good friends. Staring at Naomi's sexy figure under her short skirt, Wayne's tone was flat, but his eyes never left her long legs. This was the second time Holberry rolled her eyes in a short period of time. She really couldn't help it, and she couldn't figure out what kind of personality this man had. He is usually serious like an old man, but when he tells lies with his eyes open, he will never feel embarrassed, even if no one believes him. He is definitely Hollywood level thick-skinned. We should go, Harry. Wayne drank the beer in one gulp, pulled Holberry through the crowd, and walked to the door of the bar amid the crazy music. Sergey, have you been drinking? Just as the two of them walked out of the studio, Sergey also squeezed out. Wayne didn't see him just now and thought he went to party. No, I just ate something. He shook the car keys in his hand. Boss, the person standing in front of you is a soldier on duty. It's a retired American soldier. Let's go to Harry's apartment and help her get her luggage. This is like a joke. American soldiers don't drink when they are on duty, or Russian American soldiers don't drink. They are self-disciplined if they don't smoke leaf tobacco. The car drove to the bottom of the apartment building, and Holberry walked back upstairs by herself. After a while, she came downstairs dragging a large suitcase. Gentlemen, you let the lady carry it to the car by herself? Sergey didn't wait for the boss to do anything. He opened the trunk and took the suitcase directly. He was about to put it in with one hand. Click, click. Boss. Sergey pointed at the reporter who was secretly taking pictures at Wamingzengda. Don't worry about him. Let's go back to the manor. He and Holberry knew what was going on. This was all planned. The car drove steadily on Hollywood Boulevard, and there was a car following behind the car. You could still see the flash in the rear view mirror. They followed them all the way to Greenberg Manor. Sergey waited for them until they had enough footage, and then started the car and walked into the manor. Ignoring the suitcase in Sergey's hand, Wayne pointed at Hella and introduced her to Holberry. This is Hella, the housekeeper of the manor. You can talk to her about anything while you live here. Hella, this is Miss Holberry. Take her to choose a guest room. She will stay here for a while. After that, he ignored the two of them and walked into the balcony on the third floor alone. He began to think about the post-production problem. He gave himself 3 days off. After 3 days, he had to return to work immediately to get the film out as soon as possible. Wayne had plenty of time for post-production. As long as the film was completed before January, it would not delay the planned publicity plan and the preview with media critics. For him, who had experienced post-production of a film and had a lot of experience, this was not difficult. The post-production of this film would not use special effects rendering, nor would there be a lot of useless shots. Just like in Happy Death Day, he did not shoot many shots, all of which were strictly shot according to the planned storyboards, and the storyboards were compared with the finished film in his mind. Oh my god, Wayne, your house is so big. Hallberry walked into the 3rd floor alone, and after finding Wayne on the balcony, she exclaimed loudly, "Oh Jesus. You can actually see the whole of Hollywood from here. It's so beautiful." "Yes, it's beautiful. How about it? Are you satisfied with the room?" She obviously changed her clothes and seemed to have taken a shower. A faint fragrance could be smelled from her. "Of course, I have never lived in such a mansion." Hallberry took a last look out the window and turned to look at Wayne. "You know, it's just like a dream. I had such a dream when I was a child, living in such a big house like a princess." He didn't try to tell whether the woman's emotions were true or false, but just looked at her figure from top to bottom. "You will have it. You can buy one yourself in the future. That will probably take a long time." Hallberry saw him looking at her and deliberately straightened her chest. He also felt the man's taste and knew that he liked this kind of slim figure with curves, especially long legs. With a little guess, she understood the man's aesthetic taste. Looking at Naomi Watts and then looking at herself, they both had this kind of figure. This is not a common Western aesthetic. Most men still like bombshell figures. "Do you want to do something?" Hallberry took 2 steps forward, looked up at his face, and gently tiptoed. Hallberry did not lie in some of her words. She did have such a dream. She lived in a big house like a princess. Just like now, there was also a handsome prince in the dream, who would lower his head and kiss her gently. "Well, Harry." Wayne let go of the hand holding her and glanced down with his eyes. Hallberry understood what he meant and slowly knelt on the ground. On the first night of living in Greenberg Manor, Hallberry did not return to the guest room. Her excitement was completely left on the balcony. When Hallberry woke up the next morning, she found that Wayne had disappeared. She picked up her clothes in a daze and walked downstairs in her slippers. "Good morning, Miss Berry." Hella seemed to always appear when needed. "Good morning. Where is Wayne?" Mr. Greenberg went back to the farm. He said he would be back the day after tomorrow. Hella knew that this woman had a relationship with the boss. Nothing in this building could be hidden from her. But the boss introduced her by the name yesterday, and she knew that she would not become the hostess here. "Would you like to have breakfast?" Hallberry touched her stomach and looked at the housekeeper with a smile. "Of course, I think I'm starving. What can I eat?" "I suggest you try the soup dumplings. This is what Mike learned specially. The fried dough sticks are also good. Mr. Greenberg likes to eat these in the morning." She followed Hella to the restaurant. When she heard these 2 foods, she was obviously stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Chinese food?" "Yes, if I were you, I would try it." Mr. Greenberg likes Chinese culture. "I specially asked Mike to learn a few Chinese dishes. Mike is the chef here." Hallberry sat at the dining table, curiously waiting for the legendary Chinese breakfast. "Then help me get some of each. I want to try it." "Thank you." Chapter 68 Lidden Madman. Wayne returned to the manor early in the morning accompanied by Sergey, not knowing that Hallberry had studied steamed buns under Hella's recommendation. The main purpose of his return this time was that his mother helped him to make an appointment with an accountant and stockbroker, Howard, the son of his family's accountant, who had just graduated. According to his mother's description, he fully met all of Wayne's requirements. That is, he had a basic professional level and was obedient. He didn't care about the other party's qualifications, as long as he invested in some stocks according to his own arrangements. In Ventura County in November, the weather had obviously become cooler. Even the strong old Greenberg put on a coat and sat on the porch with his 2 dogs, fiddling with a revolver. When he saw the golden retriever under his feet prick up his ears, he knew that the person who came was an acquaintance, otherwise it would not be so easy for a strange car to pass the cowboy's test. When Sergey parked the car in front of the wooden villa, Wayne got out of the car, and the two golden retrievers ran happily to his feet and rubbed against him like crazy. "Dad, have you been well these days?" Wayne squatted down and hugged the two dogs, looking up and greeting old Greenberg. "Nothing has changed." Reuben put down his gun, touched his beard and grinned. "Your mother's temper has become worse. This may be the only change." Holy S asterisk asterisk asterisk. "Hello, I'm Reuben Greenberg. Are you Russian? I haven't seen a big strong guy like you for a long time." Old Greenberg hugged Sergey and introduced himself enthusiastically. Sergey was obviously not used to this way of greeting. However, facing the enthusiasm of old Greenberg, he still squeezed out an ugly smile. "I'm Sergey, Mr. Greenberg's security." Wayne ignored the two people. When he brought the golden retriever into the house, he had already seen his father and Sergey talking about guns. Maybe it was right to bring the Russian bear back. At least when it comes to playing with guns, he, a retired soldier, should be very good at it. Mom. Anna was sitting on the sofa, staring at the soap opera on TV. When she heard her son's voice, she immediately turned around and stood up and gave him a hug. "Baby, is the shooting of the new film going well?" Anna pulled him to sit on the sofa and talked about his new film. "Of course, it went very smoothly. We have finished shooting all the scenes. After I come back to settle the investment issue, I have to rush back to preside over the post-production." Wayne pushed away the two dogs that were trying to get into his arms and pressed them down under his feet. "Mom, I'm going to take them with me." "Take them with you?" "Your dad takes them with him when he goes out to test his gun. Usually, the cowboys help him walk them." Anna's feelings for the dogs were obviously not as deep as old Greenberg's, and she said she could take them with her at any time. "You have grown up. I didn't intend to interfere with your private life, but what's the matter with that African American?" "Stop, don't try to lie to me. I know you best. You never like African Americans." "Okay, it's a hype arranged by Warner. Wayne has nothing to hide from his mother. She is the person he trusts the most. After the film is off the shelves, we will break up. This is just a scene. In this era, there are generally no white people whose official girlfriends or wives are African Americans. Most white people still have prejudices against black people. It's better in California. After all, Los Angeles is relatively open. But in those extremely conservative states or cities, racial discrimination is still very common. Even after more than 20 years, places like Texas and Boston are still extremely exclusive to people of color. Wayne doesn't think his mother is so special. Even though she used to be a producer and is still a small writer, deep down, a family like this would not accept an African American girl. "Where's your dad?" Anna looked at the door warily, obviously saying something she didn't want old Greenberg to hear. "Don't worry, Mom. I guess he's looking at his collection with my security." He didn't even have to guess. He knew what his father would do. "Is there anything that can't be told to Dad?" Anna was obviously a little hesitant, but she still said it. "Townsend Rothman called me, and he said there was something wrong between you." His mother suddenly mentioned this executive of 20th Century Fox, which made him unable to react for a while. After thinking for a while, he recalled the phone call. "Mom, I don't have any conflicts with him. It's just a business problem, I promise. You have to remember that business is business. Don't conflict with Townsend Rothman, and he won't cause trouble for you." Anna's face showed a look of reminiscence. "He used to be good friends with your father. It was your father who brought him into this circle. But some things happened later, so your father didn't want to contact any old friends. He didn't trust anyone." "Okay." Wayne nodded and gently stroked the golden retriever under his feet. "Mom, I want to know what happened back then. I still have a vague memory. We used to live by the sea." Anna was obviously unwilling to continue chatting. She didn't want to lie to her son, so she just stared at the TV silently without saying a word. About 10 minutes later, just when he felt that he couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go upstairs, Anna turned her head and looked into his eyes seriously. "Wayne, those things have nothing to do with you, and it's not up to you to say who is right or wrong. What you should do is plan your career, not to care about the past 10 years ago. Looking at his mother's serious expression, he shrugged and left the living room with the 2 golden retrievers. But before he could rest for a while, his mother called him back. When he went downstairs and returned to the living room, there was already a young man of the same age as him. At first glance, he knew that this guy was definitely Howard's biological son. They looked too much alike. The same Mediterranean hair, half of the forehead is shining, the same gas tank-like body, the same thickness from top to bottom. If his mother hadn't told him in advance, he would never believe that this guy's 2 years older than him. "Hi, Wayne. I'm Colin Howard. Just call me Colin." "Hello, Colin." Wayne shook hands with him and sat in the living room together. "How is it? Did you bring the things? I want to see them first." Colin Howard opened his briefcase and handed him 2 thin pages of printed paper. It was all internet company information collected according to Wayne's request, recording the company's founding time, listing time, and the stock price in the past week. He took the information and read the company name from beginning to end. That's right, Wayne was a low-class person in his previous life, and an ordinary person with a small circle of friends. He never knew about these internet companies, nor did he know the value of them. But one thing is, that Microsoft is famous. Even if he didn't deliberately know about it, he had passively heard a lot of rumors. The stock price of this company has been rising since the internet bubble, until he came here. There is another company on it. He has definitely heard of it. That is Oracle, owned by the madman Ellison. A company that can leave an impression on him means that it has been successful for more than 20 years. Let's go with this one, Colin. He looked around and decided to buy the one that is safer. Microsoft? Yes, Microsoft. All my money is in the studio account. I will ask the lawyer to contact you later. After signing the contract, help me buy all Microsoft. He calculated that he had to pay a 40% down payment for the house, and he had to set aside some money to maintain the operation of the manor. It would not be a big problem to invest $10 million in Microsoft. I have learned about this company. They have been creating wealth miracles since they went public. How much do you want to invest? It is difficult to buy so many shares with a large amount of money. Colin would think about this company and frowned to remind him. No one is stupid these days. Since Microsoft went public, its market value has increased 20 times that year. This is a piece of fat meat, and various investment funds want to take a bite. Now if you want to invest a large amount of money, it is difficult to buy so much in a short time if you only buy the circulating shares on the market. Then at this Oracle, yes, this one, the total investment funds are about $10 million. Just invest them in these 2 companies, no ratio. Since it is impossible to invest so much money in Microsoft in a short time, then take the madman's Oracle. Anyway, he only remembers these 2 companies. No problem, I will go back to sort out the information. You can ask your lawyer to advise me at any time. Colin picked up the briefcase, said goodbye to Anna politely, and hurried back to New York. In fact, Wayne didn't expect to make money by investing in stocks. He just felt that the US dollar has been depreciating, and he wanted to find a channel that would definitely preserve its value, which is much better than putting it in the bank. But even if he didn't know about it in his previous life, he knew that Microsoft made Gacy the richest man, and that Oracle boss Ellison seemed to have been having trouble with Gacy. He still remembered the news about their competition for wealth. From this point of view, Oracle must have developed well, and it is estimated that the madman Ellison is also a player at the level of the richest man. Have you finished talking? Old Greenberg brought surgery down at noon, and he probably showed off his collection. Well, just sign an agency contract with him later. Don't be blinded by the stock market, Wayne. Old Greenberg said meaningfully. You have to remember your purpose, which is to preserve value, not to gamble. He has seen too many people who became rich overnight and then threw all their money into the stock market. Driven by greed, they soon jumped off the Empire State Building or the Golden Gate Bridge. Most of these people who jumped off the building were Jewish. There was no way. Greed was a racial talent ingrained in the bones of all Jewish people. Wayne's tone was helpless. Dad, my career is film production. At least the plan for many years is just film production, and I won't touch anything else. Born in a relatively wealthy family, if he wanted to do something else, he would not have customized a study plan since he was a child and treated himself harshly for more than 10 years. This is his dream for 2 lifetimes. In the previous life, he was just involved in screenings, and in this life, he hopes to build those worlds with his own hands. He felt since he was a child that, since he fell asleep while watching movies, he was destined to choose movies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Late Stage. Sergei, who was huge in stature, sat at the dining table, his big mouth like a grinder, constantly stuffing food. Anna Greenberg seemed to have found a soulmate suddenly. When she saw that his plate was empty, she would help him add a large piece of beef. The Russian bear's eating state made people who watched him eat feel hungry, but old Greenberg and Wayne had never eaten her food like this. Anna looked at this big guy who liked to eat her food, and had an amazing appetite, and smiled like an aunt. There was never a shortage of beef on the farm, but there was a shortage of people who appreciated her cooking. Ignoring Sergei, who was crazy about eating meat, Wayne pondered the company information brought by Colin. In fact, according to old Greenberg's idea, it was safer to invest in old companies such as General Electric and ExxonMobil. But he knew better than anyone that the future trend was the internet, an invention that would change everyone's living conditions and the social form of the world. In fact, you can consult Howard. Old Greenberg still trusted his family accountant. The profit model of internet companies is worrying. Maybe Howard can give you some other suggestions. Dad. Wayne swallowed the food in his mouth and drank the juice in one gulp. The purpose of my investment is just to preserve value. The amount of profit doesn't matter to me. I just don't want to foolishly keep a large amount of money in my hands. You guys eat first. I'll go to the backyard to take a look. Picking up the handkerchief on the table and wiping his hands, Wayne stood up and walked to the door. By the way, Mom, arrange a guest room for Sergei. After leaving the living room door, he walked around the villa to the backyard. The quarter horse saw him coming and kept kicking the ground with his hooves. According to the original idea, the horse was to be brought back to Los Angeles, but it would take a horse breeder to bring it back. It would be better to let it stay on the farm. At least there are cowboys here to take care of it every day. The 2 dogs are different from horses. It is easier to raise them, and he has a deep relationship with the 2 golden retrievers. When they were very young, they lived in the same room with him. When they were young, he would hug them to sleep. Gently stroking the horse's face, its big tongue would stick out and lick Wayne's palm, but after less than 2 minutes, the quarter horse found that he didn't bring carrots this time, so it turned its head and ignored him. This little bastard. Wayne originally wanted to ride it for a while, but seeing that it was not good, he simply went back to the room and rested early. Life on the farm is the same every day. For people who are used to living in big cities, it is very boring here. There are no lights, wine, and entertainment facilities. But Wayne has always liked the tranquility here. He thinks that the best thing that old Greenberg did in his life was to buy this big farm. The 2 days he stayed here were the 2 most relaxing days of his mood during this period. With 2 dogs, he leaned on the recliner. On the left was a large field of grass that seemed endless, and on the right was a large field of crops. Under the blue sky and white clouds, cowboys could be seen riding horses from time to time. At this moment, he felt the happiness of old Greenberg. Look at this stuff. While he was lost in thought, old Greenberg walked to the porch, threw him a stack of newspapers, and stared at him like a criminal. I warn you, if you dare to let me be the grandfather of a black child, I will pick up the largest caliber in my collection and shoot you with it. He picked up the newspaper in his arms. Almost every entertainment page had news about him. It seemed that the Warner public relations staff did a very good job this time. Just yesterday, the African-American beauty Halle Berry moved into director Greenberg's mansion in Beverly Hills. This young Hollywood golden couple is expected to have a happy ending. And director Greenberg put down the get out he was making. Wayne Greenberg, the genius director whose first film in Hollywood earned over $100 million in global box office, His favorite girlfriend is actually African American. This is related to the movie Get Out he is making. After glancing at these expected reports, he threw the newspaper aside and explained to his father, "I've explained to my mother that this is just a promotional method arranged by Warner. Everything is fake." Old Greenberg pointed to the photo in the newspaper. "I've seen the photo of this girl. Although the relationship may be fake, some things cannot be fake. She is a beautiful girl. I was young once, Wayne. What I want to remind you is to recall the knowledge I once taught you. Take safety measures and don't let accidents happen. If you get her pregnant, it will definitely be a troublesome thing. Also, don't easily believe those Hollywood actresses. For a low-cost thing like having a child, you may become the wife of multi-millionaire. Who can refuse it?" Is it possible that old Greenberg said it is possible? It is absolutely possible, and the possibility is very high, but he has always been very careful in this regard, and will never let such a thing happen. "Don't worry, Dad, I know my limits. When the film is off the shelves, this matter will end immediately." Looking at his son who vowed, old Greenberg snorted and turned back. To leisurely days passed in a flash, and Sergey also ended his days of eating and drinking. He got in the car, took his 2 golden retrievers, and drove his boss back to Los Angeles. The holiday was over. On the second day, after returning to Los Angeles, Wayne, Luke and John plunged into the Warner post-production studio. Compared with the post-production of Happy Death Day, the conditions provided by Warner Brothers were obviously much more professional, and the editor Dawn Scott was also a well-known veteran in the industry. In fact, Wayne especially wanted to dig up the editor, Julia from Castle Rock Pictures, but unfortunately she didn't want to change her working environment, and the films produced by Warner could not be put into other companies for post-production. How important is an editor to a movie? They are equivalent to the secondary creation of the film. Different editors use different editing techniques, and the effects can be said to be very different. The editing work of this film must be based on the director's opinion. In terms of the length of the film he shot, it is much less than the normal shooting, which is one of the reasons for the fast shooting speed. Before starting, several people held a meeting in the post-production studio as usual. Wayne wanted to tell the editor Dawn Scott about his production concept for the film and the story style required after the film was completed without reservation, so that he would pay attention to retaining the shots required by the director during the first rough cut. "Guys, this is destined to be a job that tests patience. We have shot more than 800 minutes of footage, most of which need to be cut. The tedious work is coming. Let's get started, guys." As Wayne finished speaking, Dawn Scott walked to the screen and started the first rough cut. John said nothing, just stood behind them, silently observing the whole work. More than 800 minutes of film needs to go through rough cuts, secondary cuts, fine cuts, and comprehensive film editing. From the beginning, it is necessary to compare the material selection and splicing, and finally through frame-by-frame editing, film repair, color grading, and sound trucking. It is compressed to more than 90 minutes, which is a movie with a smooth plot. After the editor started, Wayne did not dare to be distracted for a moment. He and Luke stood behind Dawn and discussed the opinions on the use of materials from time to time. These different materials may be combined and spliced in different ways, and the film effects may be completely different, and the stories may even go in the opposite direction, so he must keep an eye on it all the time, to ensure that all the films used are in line with his ideas. As far as Wayne knows in his previous life, there are too many negative examples in this regard. When Ridley Scott was shooting Kingdom of Heaven, the final public version and the director's cut were completely two different films. The box office failure of Kingdom of Heaven cannot be blamed entirely on director Ridley Scott. Although he also served as a producer, the 20th Century Fox executives meddling in the film's post-editing was the main reason for the film's failure. Wayne has seen two versions of this film, and the public version is simply a disaster. The story is not laid out enough in the early stages, and then there are plots that make the audience confused, and the messy narrative rhythm makes movie fans feel confused after watching it. Compared with the public version, Ridley Scott's director's cut is longer, with a total of more than 190 minutes, and at least the story is told clearly. But if the Ridley Scott version is released, will the box office be good? In fact, Wayne thinks it is not necessarily, but at least he has rounded out the story. Let's not talk about other things. The first purpose of Hollywood production companies investing in films is to make a profit. The long length of the director's cut is naturally not friendly to the screening time. The production company will restrict the director's editing rights, and there is a big reason for this. If Wayne does not want to follow Ridley Scott's old path in the future, he must restrain his desire to be a director and make profits the first consideration when editing the film. For a low-budget movie like Get Out, there is no need to add special effects in the later stage. The work is not as complicated as those big productions, but it is not easy either. Stop, Dawn. Change the 16th shot here. Fade in between the 7 and 8 shots. Yes, no problem. Wayne would interrupt the editor's work from time to time, and after discussing with Luke, he would ask him to modify the editing plan. Wayne, how about using some high-speed slow motion here? Luke pointed to the screen, which was just finished, where the male protagonist killed someone in the house. Keep it like this for now, and wait until the editing is completed to see the effect, and then decide whether to use it or not. Luke heard him, and just wrote down his opinion in the notebook. This was only the first editing, and there would be at least 2 or 3 more later, so he was not in a hurry. Chapter 70 Director Style. At the beginning of the post-production work, including John, the production manager, they hardly left the post-production studio. Even to solve the problem of eating, they called for pizza and hamburgers. The editing of the film was not fast. After repeated splicing, it might not be possible to determine many pictures in a day. At this time, Wayne's importance was shown. He could always find the most suitable editing point in the messy footage and turn the film and Dawn's hand into the picture in his mind. In mid-December, the 4 people breathed a sigh of relief at noon. After 3 rounds of cutting and splicing, what was presented to them was a 130-minute film. This was infinitely close to the finished film. It only needed to make the final choice. After so many days of busy work, the film was finally close to completion. Although the speed was not fast, it was worth it. After several people watched the film once, Wayne spoke first. It's about to be the last comprehensive editing. How do you feel? Tell us your opinions. In fact, watching this film now, although it is infinitely close to the finished film, it has not yet added the soundtrack, and the viewing experience is not very good. I've seen your last film. Editor Dawn touched his chin, stared at the screen and spoke directly about his thoughts. Compared to the immature feeling of the shots in Happy Death Day, you have made great progress in this film, but the comedy scenes are still a little immature, and the literary scenes are not a big problem. Compared to the action scenes in the second half, or those large-scale bloody scenes, your literary and humorous scenes are obviously not good enough. I suggest cutting more funny scenes, and shortening the film time. It is always uncomfortable to be told about your shortcomings in person, but even Wayne himself agrees with the other party's point of view. He is now like a child who is biased in one subject and tries hard to cover up his flaws. It's already very good. John said something to comfort him. At his age, director Greenberg can't master all the lens languages. It's enough to magnify the ones he is good at. Thank you, John. You're welcome. I'm speaking from my heart. You are good at sophisticated plot design, fast shooting speed, and those large-scale bloody shots and action scenes. And the most rare thing is that you write the scripts of the films you shoot by yourself, so such scripts are naturally suitable for you to shoot. As long as you play your strengths well, it won't be too difficult for the film to succeed. You have to know that no director is a jack of all trades. Even George Lucas's Star Wars has been criticized for its weak storytelling ability. He said that there was nothing wrong. Although George Lucas is the father of Star Wars, he is still criticized by fans for not being able to tell stories. But that does not affect the greatness of Star Wars and George Lucas. Every director has his own strengths. Even Spielberg, a representative of an era in Hollywood, who involves multiple styles, is no exception. Successful directors in Hollywood generally have their own unique production style. Senior fans can even guess who shot the film by watching a film with a strong style. Wayne is also slowly honing his own style. Every time he finishes a film, it is a little accumulation for Wayne. Just like Hollywood, which is tolerant of the whole world, good learning habits have made him never stop training his directing ability. Okay, guys, get started. Reduce some funny scenes. We have to finish the production as soon as possible. Warner is still waiting for the film to be screened by media critics. Wait, Wayne. John suddenly called him. You have to edit a trailer first. It will be used for the film promotion. 15 seconds? No problem. John, who was behind the few people, remained silent as usual except for the necessary work. He also stared at the picture on the screen. It was the maid played by Maze, who was really laughing and crying at the male protagonist Chris. The scene gave people a weird sense of distortion. No matter how many times he saw this picture, it would make John's scalp numb. He turned his head and looked at the director, who was constantly discussing with the editor. From the first day he joined the group, he felt that this director had a lot of ideas, and his ideas were very special. Usually, the bloody scenes in American horror movies, that is, the large amount of ketchup gushing out, appear as the main method of scaring people. But this director does not follow this method. Most of the large-scale scenes he set up at the end are to vent the previous stories, which gives people a very refreshing feeling. He believes that the final film will definitely shock everyone. Another busy day of work is over. Wayne walked out of the Warner building and got into the car tiredly to go home. After the car started, Sergey glanced at the back seat and said, "Boss, the agent of the car dealership called me. They said that the ordered car has arrived and asked me when to pick it up." He was leaning on the back seat with his eyes closed. He didn't open his eyes when he heard that the new car he ordered had arrived. "You go and drive it back tomorrow and tell Nina to pay the balance." After Luke complained about the car problem that day, he asked Sergey to order a new car when he came back. Considering the space in the back seat, he wanted to order a Rolls-Royce Phantom series. But after seeing the pictures of the sample car, he gave up the idea. The current Phantom is not what he remembered. It looks like an old car. Finally, under the recommendation of the car dealer, he ordered a Rolls-Royce Silverthorne Extended Edition. This car is very close to what he imagined in his mind. The spacious and comfortable backseat space also allows him to do simple office work on the road. After returning to the manor, he took a shower first, and then sat on the third floor balcony looking at the garden to relax. Wayne has his own considerations. This time, Get Out must achieve unexpected success for Warner, to make them pay full attention to him. Only interests, and constantly creating more interests, can make this giant company try every means to tie itself and Warner together. Through a cooperation with 20th Century Fox, Wayne recognized the fact that in Hollywood, a negotiation due to serious differences in interests will break the relationship between the two parties. The best way to solve these problems is to create huge benefits that satisfy both parties every time, so that both parties are completely tied together because of interests. This is what he is going to do. Woof, woof. The two golden retrievers must have been taken out for a walk by Hella. They were very smart to push the door open, barked twice and ran in. According to his habit on the farm, he made 2 mats at the foot of his bed for the 2 little guys to use as their nest. "I knew you were back." Holberry came in with a leash in her hand. It seemed that it was not Hella who was walking the dogs. "I took them to Beverly Park for a walk. You will never guess who I saw." Looking at the leash in the hand of this black beauty, he thought of the little games he played with Naomi and didn't pay attention to what she said. "Hey." Holberry saw that he was distracted and was a little dissatisfied. "Ah. Who did you see?" "Tom Cruise. I saw Tom. It turns out he lives on this street too." When she mentioned this name, her face was full of longing. Wayne rubbed the 2 dogs, turned around and looked out the window, not caring about her longing to become a big star. "You will have a chance in the future." Holberry looked at the back of the tall man and wanted to put the rope in her hand around his neck. He obviously misunderstood her meaning. She didn't envy Tom Cruise. She knew how far she was from that kind of superstar. What she really envied was the woman next to Tom Cruise, the Australian woman. With the role of Mrs. Cruise, she got countless resources as soon as she entered Hollywood. Even her agent was the same person as her husband. This was a huge shortcut, and of course she wanted to try it. Since the day she moved into Greenberg Manor, she had fantasized about becoming the hostess here countless times. Most importantly, Wayne Greenberg was a director. As long as this film could be as successful as the previous one, his status in the industry would be greatly improved. The success of a film could be a fluke, but continuous success was another matter, so she was not in a hurry. As long as she waited for the film to be released, she could see the quality of the director. Sometimes when she saw the promotional news about Get Out, she thought about Naomi Watts, that bitch, who only slept with him a few times. She could play the main role twice in a row. How was she worse than her? Is the post-production work going smoothly? Halle Berry walked over to him, also stroking the two dogs. Wayne looked at Los Angeles in the distance, trying to clear his mind. It's going very smoothly. It will be completed soon. The only thing left is to add the final soundtrack. Really? So we can see your work soon? Well, in mid-January, Warner will organize a preview for media critics. You will go with me then? Wayne could see some of her little thoughts. He had no special feelings for this woman. Everything between them was just a transaction. He considered himself a decent person. If this black pearl would not have any trouble, then everything he promised her earlier would be fine. There was actually a small role suitable for her in his next planned project, which was also her luck. Seeing the leash in the woman's hand, he suddenly asked, "Harry, do you want to play a game?" "What game?" Wayne took her hand and walked into the huge cloakroom. In addition to his clothes over the years, there were also some props left by Naomi. He opened the closet that Naomi usually used, ignoring the women's pajamas, and pointed at the black tight leather jacket underneath. "Put it on, and the collar too. Is that so? Don't worry, we can take it slow. Put on the leash." Chapter 71. 7 million. Post-production lasted until the end of December. When the temperature in Los Angeles dropped to the lowest point of the year, Get Out was completely completed. Warner Brothers has received the latest trailer. This 15-second commercial has been first broadcast in the evening by Time Warner. Warner is still in the early stage of publicity. It will not start a large-scale publicity until the film is released. At that time, its TV stations such as HBO, TNT, and its various paper media will participate in the relevant publicity. Of course, all Warner Brothers has done all this for only one purpose, that is, profit. All these publicity methods have a premise, that is, the media critics will start the preview soon. At this moment, in a small conference room in the Warner building, Wayne, Luke, John and other core team members are watching the film with Warner Film and Television production director Jeff Robinov and 3 Warner Film selection experts. As the projector stopped working, the lights in the conference room were turned on again. "The film effect is very good. You did a great job." Jeff clapped his hands politely after watching it, and then looked at the 3 film selection experts. This film will eventually go to the market and face the general public, so the opinions of these film selection experts are very important. Their opinions are likely to affect the implementation of the subsequent publicity and promotion plan. The film is 104 minutes long, well controlled, and the plot logic is coherent. The film selection expert who spoke first stared at the record in his hand and said only these 2 sentences. They obviously have a reasonable division of labor. At this time, the only female film selection expert took over his words and continued. "Low budget but well made. Director Greenberg obviously knows what the audience wants and how to make a commercial film. The twists and turns in the slightly cliched plot are the highest level of thriller I have ever seen." After speaking, he looked at the last film selection expert. "It is a combination of suspense, comedy, optimism, anti-sadism, and social satire. The expression is exquisite and innovative. The details are echoed layer by layer. The grotesque and uneasy atmosphere runs through the whole film. The image metaphor of the gardener sprint at night and the deer is just right. It can be said to be an excellent visual presentation of racial issues in North America, but it is particularly important to pay attention to whether the bloody scene at the end of the film will cause some white people to be disgusted." Jeff has been listening to them. These people are all senior Warner employees. Whether they give a positive or negative conclusion, they will stand in an absolutely objective position. "Well, Wayne, I have to say that this is a masterpiece of a thriller." Jeff recalled the film he had just watched and looked at the director sitting opposite him. Warner has sent invitations to the media, film critics and the North American Theatre Alliance. The screening will be on the 15th. You have to be ready. "No problem, Jeff." Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he is generally optimistic about this film. "That's it. I'll go back and prepare." Wayne's initial editing concept was not to cause confusion to the audience, to not distract them from the main plot, or to make them feel bored. The entire main framework of the film must be simple and easy to understand, so that most of the audience who enter the theater will not feel confused after watching the film. As for what the film expert said, some white audiences may have antipathy, but he is not worried about this situation. This is just a movie, not a dollar that everyone loves. Even if the box office is a big hit, there will be some people who don't like it. Even the brilliant Avatar, isn't there a large number of fans complaining about the weak story? But this does not affect the commercial success of Avatar. After leaving the Warner building, Wayne and Jimmy got in the car and prepared to return to the manor. The film was completely completed, and his work on this project was basically at the end. The most important thing left is to participate in the film's promotion, but all subsequent matters are mainly based on Warner, and he can now put down most of the burden. Wayne, I have to say, this car has much more space than the Cadillac. Sitting in the new car driven by Sergey, Jimmy leaned on the large sofa and exclaimed, I think so too. Wayne also leaned on the sofa and said, it seems that I can handle work on the road in the future. This Rolls-Royce Silverthorne is an extended version. If you ignore its slightly old-fashioned appearance, the interior space is designed to be particularly comfortable. And since the car started, the two people sitting inside almost didn't feel any bumps at all. Your lawyer Ryan called me. Jimmy's eyes revealed a complicated look. Fearon Goodman's attorney proposed an out-of-court settlement. They seem to be tired of you biting his flesh one bite at a time. He has been busy with work and has hardly paid attention to this matter. Now that he heard that his agent came early, he remembered that he was still fighting a lawsuit. What did Ryan do? Will it make Fearon Goodman bow his head so quickly? I will have to fight for at least a year and a half in the future. Wayne asked him curiously. This matter has been followed up by Jimmy. It's not that Fearon Goodman wants to bow his head. He has to bow his head. Ryan not only sued him for defamation, but also for other bad things. I only know that Ryan's law firm has contacted a private detective and has been investigating him. Jimmy felt a chill when he said this. These lawyers have no bottom line for dollars. Because they know Fearon Goodman's wealth, they started to bite him to death with all their might. Aha, it seems that my promise to give the lawyers 30% of the compensation played a huge role. The contract he signed with the lawyer had clear terms in it. Not only the lawyer's fees will be paid, but the final compensation will also be 30% of the participants. In North America, more than 90% of such cases will have a large amount of compensation. What conditions did the other party offer? Wayne asked him curiously. Jimmy regained his complicated look. $7 million, out of court settlement. According to the lawyer's investigation, this money can be said to have drained his blood. It seems that Fearon Goodman wants to end the lawsuit as soon as possible. He knows that your goal is to bite him bit by bit. Jimmy witnessed almost the entire farce, and he was also the one who contacted him later. Wayne never cared about it, and he easily earned millions of dollars. Should we agree to an out-of-court settlement, Wayne? Jimmy took out a bottle of water from the cabinet and took a big sip. Ryan's suggestion is that we can agree. This is almost all the money the other party can take out. Wayne thought for a while. Since he had achieved his goal of making him a pauper, there was nothing to say. Tell Ryan that this condition is acceptable. I will fax him the authorization letter. $7 million is already a lot. If the other party resists to the end, he will definitely not get so much money. It is because Fearon Goodman knows his purpose that he will cut off his tail to survive. Time slowly advanced to mid-January inadvertently. On the third floor of Greenberg Manor, Wayne looked in the mirror and changed into a dark suit. Because of personal habits, the huge wardrobe is almost entirely filled with dark suits, which looks a bit monotonous. He has never paid much attention to his clothes, but he keeps in mind one principle, that is, men will never go wrong in dark suits, no matter what the occasion. Honey, are you ready? Halle Berry was wearing a black low-cut tight evening dress, which looked mysterious and sexy. It must be said that Black Pearl, who is at her best age, is not as dark as imagined. Her smooth skin close to chocolate color, paired with a sexy tight fishtail skirt, makes her look extremely gorgeous. Get ready, we'll leave right away. Wayne turned around and looked at Hall Barry with a look of amazement on his face. "Harry, you are so charming tonight." Hearing his praise, Hall Barry straightened her chest, walked to Wayne, took his arm, and went downstairs together to prepare to go to participate in today's film preview. The Rolls-Royce drove smoothly on the road. After closing the isolation door in front, Hall Barry held a small mirror all the way and kept observing the makeup on her face. "How do I look?" As they approached the theater in West Hollywood, where Warner Brothers was holding a preview, she finally put away her small mirror and scattered makeup and asked in an uncertain tone, "It's already perfect, Harry." Ding, ding. Nina in front knocked on the partition, and after Wayne opened it, she heard the other party's reminder, "We're here, boss." "Okay, Harry, this is not a movie premiere. There is no red carpet for you to walk on. Let's get out of the car." He opened the car door directly, took her hand and walked down. Completely different from what Harry imagined. There were neither a large number of reporters nor crowded fans at the entrance of the theater. She could only hold Wayne's arm and follow him into the theater quickly. Tonight, Warner Brothers held a preview for Get Out Here, inviting not only media reporters, but also a small number of fans and critics. There were also the most important representatives of the Theater Alliance, including the film experts of AMG Theaters and Emperor Entertainment. The theater has always had only one choice for selecting films, that is, whether it can reap box office success. They will never directly give the screen to the theaters, just because it is distributed by a Hollywood giant, because their interests are involved. For a film shot and produced for commercial purposes, how many theaters and screens can it win for screening depends not only on the ability of the distribution company, but also on whether it can impress the theater chain. If the theater chain's film experts at the preview think that the film is destined to be a flop and cannot find any selling points, even if Warner Brothers works hard on public relations, this film will not get too many resources. "Hello, Director Greenberg." As soon as he walked into the theater door, someone in the aisle greeted him and walked over. At this time, Nina, who was following behind him, explained in a low voice, "This is AMG Theater Senior Film Selection Expert, Downs Bell." With Nina's reminder, Wayne extended his hand to him. "Hello, Mr. Bell." Chapter 72 Preview. Along the way, Nina was quietly introducing Wayne to the people he met. He sat down to catch his breath. Only after entering the second floor lounge. There were people from 3 or 4 theater chains who had just greeted him, and the theater chains that came to participate in the preview were almost all relatively large groups. Each theater chain is an important target in film distribution, because the quality of the film screened in their own theaters directly affects the company's revenue. No film can be released in thousands of theaters casually. These theater companies also have a set of complex and standard rules for introducing films. Only after passing the review of their film viewers will they decide the scale of screening, based on the quality of the film. The situation Wayne is facing now is much better. Compared with the preview of his first film Happy Death Day, his past achievements have affected the distribution strategies of Warner and various theater chains, and a large-scale release is also a natural result. The specific number of this range depends on the quality of today's film and the response of the preview personnel from all parties. Because the film had been previewed by Warner's film viewers, and they and Jeff Robinov gave very good responses, Warner invited many media and famous film critics in the lineup today. When he just came in, the assistant Nina saw Todd McCarthy of The Hollywood Reporter and Kenneth Turan of the Los Angeles Times. Most importantly, Wayne saw a short and fat famous film critic Pulitzer Prize winner, Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times without Nina pointing him out. He calculated in his mind that the cost of Warner Brothers public relations for these film critics was at least 6 figures. Before the film started, he would not take the initiative to greet those film critics. He was just a small role, and they were able to come only because of Warner Brothers public relations. At this time, Roger Ebert, an authority in the film critic industry, was already sitting in the middle of the theater. He observed his surroundings and took the initiative to greet the film critic on his right. "Good evening, Kenneth." Kenneth Turan saw him startled and replied, "Good evening, Roger. I didn't expect you to come to Los Angeles." "Of course, I'm very interested in this young director." Roger Ebert smiled and pointed at Wayne, who was sitting in the first row. I watched his last film Happy Death Day afterwards. He's a very thoughtful and potential director, isn't he? Kenneth Turan also had a smile on his face, and he pouted in his heart, and tried hard to resist the urge to roll his eyes. Interested? Come on. If it weren't for Warner's 6-figure public relations fee, you wouldn't have come all the way to Los Angeles. In the first row of the theater, Wayne sat in the middle of the main creators with his assistant and Holberry, and Nina kept looking back to observe. Boss, not far behind us are two film selection experts from Monarch Cinema Line, and to their left is the film selection expert from AMG. These two are the largest cinema companies in North America now. As Nina whispered, Wayne also looked back. There were a lot of people, and he couldn't see who was who. Then the assistant continued, several investigators from Warner Brothers sat among the fans at the back. It seems that they will receive first-hand information. It is a common practice for Hollywood film companies to have questionnaire investigators mixed in with the fans. They can observe the audience's reactions at the first time and collect first-hand information. Don't worry about them, Nina. The movie will start soon. Don't look around. With Wayne's reminder, the lights in the theater began to go out one by one. A beam of light was cast from the projection room at the back and hit the screen at the front. The big screen slowly lit up, and the theater, which was noisy just now, slowly became quiet. The movie only added the Warner Brothers title, and there were no advertisements. After the title, there was a line of big words, works by Wayne Greenberg. Well, a catchy beginning. Todd McCarthy, who was sitting at the back, muttered softly, took out a pencil, and opened the notebook in his hand. This is the habit of many film critics. They take notes while watching, which will be much more convenient for writing film reviews later. The bright opening directly points out the theme, a black boy and a white girl. Such a plot is a hot topic in this era, which will attract the curiosity of the audience and keep them watching. The lens language is well expressed. The seemingly warm tones reveal a pale background. Todd McCarthy simply recorded it in his notebook. Yes, among the film critics who came today, he may be the only one who knows this director best, because he has seen the previous Happy Death Day. That dystopian film immediately attracted his interest. Todd McCarthy has studied that film carefully. Such a low-cost independent production actually produced a lot of new ideas. After watching Get Out for just a few minutes, he knew that this film was also a dystopian thriller. He could clearly feel that this young director had made great progress. Compared with the immature lens language of the first work, this one is much better. As the plot slowly deepened, no voices could be heard in the theater, and Todd McCarthy also focused on the story. The film was shown for more than half without him noticing. His biggest feeling was that the director made a story that should have been bright and beautiful become weird and dark through the use of lens language. Especially from the beginning of entering the town to now, whether it is a setting of suspense or the performance of the actors in it. Even a senior moviegoer like him is full of interest in this story. When the film gradually came to the end, Todd McCarthy was excited to see that the male protagonist was not hypnotized, but had cotton in his ears. The black male protagonist picked the cotton from the chair and stuffed it into his ears, thus killing the other party. What is the significance of picking cotton? Because picking cotton is the most representative job of black slaves. And those deer are also metaphors for black people. This young director's grasp of the details of the film is simply unique. A twisted film. This is Todd McCarthy's temporary definition of the film when he saw this. From most of the audience in the theater, who were amused by the cold humor in it, to the accumulation of all the details in the last part, people will unconsciously feel a chill on their backs and even numbness on their scalps. Everyone was on tenterhooks with the black guy, and when they saw him start to fight back, everyone felt a hearty pleasure. He still pays too much attention to bloody shots. Playing with the dark human nature has become the instinct of this director, or it may be his only excitement. Todd McCarthy shook his head regretfully when he saw the ending of the film. He had just seen Wayne Greenberg in the distance. He was a very young and refreshing person. He didn't know why he always liked to play with these. Would he not make movies without this style of dark and twisted human nature? This would not be Wayne Greenberg's last movie, nor would it be his last movie with demons and society as the main entry point. Todd had seen directors with similar styles, but none of them could be like Wayne, who was mixed with personal style and could attract the general public. The film did not add subtitles. After the end, the screen went black immediately, and the lights in the theater lit up. Many viewers were still immersed in the film until half a minute later, when everyone realized that the film had ended. Not only the fans sitting in the back row, but also the large number of media reporters in the front row, fell silent. Everyone looked at the director in the first row, as if they were thinking about something. Suddenly, no one knew where it started, but the applause sounded like a tsunami, and the sound even reached the door of the theater. In particular, the general group of fans in the back were still clapping and shouting loudly. The applause continued, and at this time John walked over with his head down, and gave him a thumbs up. Originally, polite applause after watching a movie was a customary rule for everyone, and Wayne thought so too, but he didn't expect the applause to last so long. The fans in the back row had already begun to line up to go out slowly, and the Warner Brothers investigators were now at the door of the theater, collecting questionnaires from the audience, who were discussing it one by one. When the movie is officially released, I will definitely call my friends to watch it again. Yes, I kept my eyes open, and didn't dare to miss any details. Listening to the discussions of the audience who walked out one by one, the Warner questionnaire investigators were also constantly collecting feedback. This is a perfect horror thriller. The Warner staff knew the target group of the film, and today they invited all these young people, but they were still shocked by the overwhelming audience reputation. These extremely eye-catching audience ratings made the staff very excited. According to today's screening trend, the film has a very high chance of box office success. Wayne was still staring at the audience behind him, and slowly walked out. The film critics invited by Warner Brothers had already left the theater, and went to the banquet hall of the hotel next to the theater, where there was a reception. The three main actors of the film had already gone to the second floor of the theater for interviews. Just as Wayne was staring at the audience in a trance, John, the production manager of Warner Brothers, hurried over. "Oh my god, Wayne." John hugged him hard. "We have a great chance of success. Did you hear the applause from those people just now? Did you hear it?" "Yes." "John, yes, I heard it." This hug interrupted Wayne's trance. It was the long-lasting applause just now that made him instantly feel that all the hard work was worth it. "Oh, we have to hurry over. Jeff asked me to come and call you. He wants to introduce those people to you." John slapped his forehead and brought Wayne and the two women behind him to the banquet hall. Chapter 73 Pulitzer Prize? In the hotel lobby, people were drinking and toasting, and Wayne, led by Jeff Robinoff, frequently shook hands and drank with people. If anyone in this lobby knows film critics best, it must be Wayne in this era. He knows what kind of people these people are. Although they seem to be so high-end, they are actually leeches lying on the film industry. This is a public relations feast initiated by Warner Brothers, and both Warner and these film critics understand the rules. Since you have accepted the public relations of the production company, you must control the pencil in your hand, and don't scribble on the newspaper. Wayne understands that this is the best era for film critics. When the internet age comes, fans will have more channels to obtain film information, and the influence of film critics will only remain in the group of older fans, and basically cannot affect the choice of general fans. "Wayne, this is Mr. Roger Ebert, the Pulitzer Prize winner and famous film critic." Jeff took him to a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a little bald. "Hello, Mr. Albert. I'm Wayne Greenberg." Wayne extended his hand and shook it with him, then looked at the person next to him. "Hello, I'm Kenneth Turan." The other party extended his hand without waiting for Jeff to introduce himself. "Hello." Roger Ebert held a champagne glass and looked at the young director in front of him. "Director Greenberg, you can call me Wayne." "Mr. Albert." "Okay, Wayne. I have seen many talented directors, and you are the most special one, not because of your age, but because of your style of filming." Roger Ebert leaned on the table behind him, staring at the tall and handsome young director, with a didactic tone in his voice. "As far as these two films are concerned, you have unique ways of using the lens to advance the plot, the construction of the film framework, and the dark style of playing with human nature." His voice revealed a serious and heartfelt meaning, and his face also showed a look of pity. "You shouldn't pursue large-scale bloody shots too much. You should put all your thoughts on other parts of the film. You did a very good job before the end of Get Out, but unfortunately you failed to dig deep into the hearts of several main characters in the end, and ended the whole story with bloody killings. In Roger Rabbit's persuasive teaching, he didn't notice that Wayne's face became more and more ugly. If there are no shots that release emotions, and you still need to dig deep into the hearts of the characters, what is left of this film? A dark, long, drowsy, and depressing film. What's the difference between it and those damn art films? At this moment, Wayne felt that this film critic either really wanted him to do that in the future, to increase the depth of the film, and strive for an award earlier, or he had no good intentions, and was digging a pit for him to trick him. If you do it as I said, the film will be full of extraordinary artistic accomplishment. As he finished speaking, Wayne no longer had the patience to argue with him. The two were not on the same channel at all. Mr. Albert, I haven't stabilized my shooting style yet. No one can guarantee what the future films will be like. Wayne was halfway through his words when he was interrupted by the Pulitzer Prize winner. Believe me, Wayne, if you make the film as I said, you will definitely gain a lot of professional reputation. Professional reputation? That's not the film critics who have the final say. Everyone in this circle knows that these famous special film critics are all out of the market. When they are not under the public relations of the production company, the film reviews they issue are all contrary to the opinions of the general public. Only in this way can their unique artistic accomplishments be highlighted. Although Wayne has always wanted to form his own film style, he has been working hard for it. But what kind of art is film art that is separated from the general public? The usual behavior of these film critics is like a group of instructors, constantly guiding the general public to choose movies. That is, in this era, they can still be arrogant for a few days. When the internet age comes, the general public will soon find out one thing. How can a group of film critics with hundreds of people guide hundreds of millions of people in North America to choose movies? Movie fans like commercial films, so they are against commercial films. They put the sleepy art films that movie fans can't watch on the altar and call them elegant art. To put it bluntly, in their eyes, what most people like must be vulgar, and only a few people like them who are unconventional can represent the great film art. There are still 6 major companies in Hollywood now. Which one dares to make those elegant art films in the eyes of film critics like them? Except for the purposeful award-winning works, the rest are all commercial films aimed at the general public. Just like this time Warner invited Roger Ebert and others to come. No matter what this Get Out looks like, they will praise it in tomorrow's newspaper column, just because they received the so-called public relations fee. So what kind of people are they? They are just talking nonsense as a means of promoting the film. They are a group of leeches lying in the film industry, sucking blood while advocating art. To use a phrase from the other side of the Pacific Ocean, they are both bitches and erecting a memorial archway. Wayne dealt with the Pulitzer Prize winner with a few words, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but say something to him. Director Greenberg, Kenneth Turan, who had been standing by and watching, called him. "Shall we go sit over there and talk for a while?" Of course. Kenneth Turan had been observing just now, and when he saw Wayne's face slowly getting ugly, he almost laughed out loud. His personality and film review style are different from Roger Ebert's, and sometimes his ideas are even completely opposite. It's just that Roger Ebert became famous earlier than him, and he is also a Pulitzer Prize winner, and his influence in North America is also greater than his. There is also a most important point. Kenneth Turan is also a native Los Angeles Jewish. Naturally, he is full of good feelings for Wayne. Director Greenberg, don't give up your own style. Even the most famous film critics may not be right. You know, our group has never produced a famous director, and we may not understand the needs of movie fans as well as you do. The other party's first sentence made Wayne stunned. He thought that all film critics were self-entertaining like Roger Ebert. Mr. Turan, Roger Ebert is right in some places. If you make a movie like he said, you will at least be closer to the Oscar statuette. Although he spoke in a serious manner, everyone could hear the ridicule in it. Don't be impatient, Wayne. It's much easier for your production style to win awards than those purely visual special effects commercial films. Kenneth Turan took a sip from the glass, leaned forward, and whispered, "You are still too young. Be patient and remember your ethnicity. You will get what you deserve. After that, he raised his head and stared into his eyes. Remember, be patient. Wayne understood what he meant. As a Jewish, he knew how much this ethnic identity helped him. In Hollywood, almost all the executives, bosses, producers, and media practitioners have close ties with the Jewish people. Even the Oscar judges, the old men in the Academy, are all Jewish. So just like Kenneth Turan said, he doesn't need to worry, even if he relies on his age, to get the little golden man. Thank you, Kenneth. Wayne picked up the glass and clinked it with him again. He could tell that this was a film critic who really appreciated him. Kenneth laughed when he heard his address, knowing that he understood what he meant. Wayne, your production style is very special. Although there have been similar films in the past, there has never been a director like you. From the 2 films you made, the core of the story is all about the twisted and dark human nature, and then through large-scale bloody scenes, the audience is given an outlet to release their emotions. You should know that many horror films and thrillers are much bloodier and larger in scale than yours, but they don't have that kind of connotation. I hope you can continue to improve. This is a type of director that has never appeared before. It can express ideas and attract the love of the general public. It is very rare. Hearing this, Wayne instantly felt like a bosom friend. He has been planning his career since he came here, and only this film critic has seen some of it intentionally or unintentionally. Just like Kenneth said, he is not choosing films at random. In his previous life, he watched more black films and had more choices, but those films with depth and big sales were made by many different directors. He wants to take a different path, an alternative path in the Hollywood assembly line production factory. This is a choice that has been carefully considered for many years. For a pure commercial film, who can do better than James Cameron's Truck Driver? Before The Truck Driver, there was George Lucas, who pioneered the wave of commercial films. In the middle was Steven Spielberg, a versatile commercial film director. Later, there will be Michael Bay, the explosion maniac who put balls on Transformers. Gangster films already have Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese, who are unsurpassed. It can be said that Hollywood has representatives of any style of director. Wayne wants to find his own way, a way that no director has ever walked in his previous life. Starting from the next film, he will use his own design style to shock fans all over North America and even the world. Thank you, Kenneth. I will keep shooting like this, and I believe fans will like my ideas. Thank you for the reward, book friends and brothers. Thank you for your encouragement! Exclamation mark. Chapter 74 Opponent. While Wayne and Kenneth Turan were having a good chat, in Roger Ebert's eyes, he had become a child who could not be taught. Roger Ebert did not want to care about this young man who did not know how to respect authority. After he suffered, he would regret not listening to his guidance. Kenneth Turan and Wayne were having a very good chat. This Los Angeles film critic was one of the few who could observe the film from the perspective of the general public. Just as they exchanged contact information and were about to end this pleasant conversation, another well-known Los Angeles film critic, Todd McCarthy, sat next to them. Hi, Kenneth. Hello, Director Greenberg. Hi, Todd. Wayne, this is Todd McCarthy, a special film critic for The Hollywood Reporter. Kenneth Turan introduced him warmly. Judging from their familiarity, they had a good relationship. At least there was no conflict. Hello, Mr. McCarthy. Wayne suddenly seemed to understand something. These two film critics were still young people, at least compared to Roger Ebert. They were both young film critics. Todd McCarthy raised his champagne and clinked it with his, took a sip and said, I've seen your last film, and more than once. I have to say that you are a genius in some aspects. Thank you. I still need to learn more. Although he said humble and polite words, Wayne kept a confident smile on his face. You may not like what I'm going to say next. I hope you don't let your pride blind your eyes. Todd McCarthy leaned back in his chair and crossed his hands on the table. Compared to your first film, this Get Out has obviously made great progress. There is almost no immature camera language. But those damn funny scenes, can't you avoid them? I heard that you wrote the script yourself, so don't write something you are not good at. Developing a story that attracts people to watch from the dark and twisted human nature is what you should do most. The other party was right, and this was what he planned to avoid in the future. Wayne had long discovered that his sense of humor was incompatible with this era, and there were also a lot of American jokes. In his opinion, there was no sense of humor at all. Looking at the serious film critic, at least he didn't use a preaching tone, did he? You're right, Mr. McCarthy. My future plan is to completely abandon the humorous element. As for these two films, it's because I'm not sure whether the audience will accept my stuff. Good idea. Todd McCarthy smiled. In his opinion, this young man is very sober. Whether the fans can accept it or not, we will know when the film is released. In my experience, with such a small investment cost, you will create a lot of revenue for Warner Brothers. Thank you. Jeff Robinov walked over and looked at the two film critics. Todd, I hope your words will come true as soon as possible. But I have something to do with Wayne, so I'll borrow him for a while. You guys can do whatever you want. After greeting them, Jeff took him to a lounge where not only John was sitting, but also Kevin Tsujihara, the CEO of Warner. How is it, Wayne? I heard that you had a good chat with those film critics. Kevin Tsujihara greeted him with a smile. Okay, the questionnaire for the preview has been counted. More than 95% of the audience chose a rating above A. Of course, the target group has certain limitations. After all, the fans we invited are young people between the ages of 18 and 30. Wayne looked at the table on the table. Warner's staff was very efficient and had done the statistics in a short time. Our target group is these young people. At least now it seems that we are doing well. Wayne smiled. This step has basically been successful. The next step is to see Warner's publicity. Jeff smiled and said, yes, our distribution department has been negotiating with the theaters. They basically agreed with our plan to pay more attention to theaters near African American communities. Starting tomorrow, the film will gradually enter an intensive publicity period. We have initially set the release date in May 15th. You should pay attention to the film and bring Halle Berry to appear in front of the media more often. Don't worry, there will be no problem on my side. After a short meeting, Wayne returned to the banquet hall. He was going to call Halle Berry and go back as soon as possible. He already knew everyone he could socialize with, but he was still not used to it. Harry, how was your time? We should go back. Seeing Halle Berry holding champagne and hiding on the balcony with Nina, Wayne went over to call them and walked out together. Halle Berry took Wayne's arm, not knowing what she was thinking, and suddenly said, I just saw Harvey Weinstein. When I passed by him, I heard him chatting with others. He seemed to have some opinions about you. Don't bother with him. Wayne didn't take it to heart at all. He knew why he had cooperated with him twice. Maybe in the eyes of that fat pig, he was just ungrateful. As soon as he walked out of the hotel, Wayne was immediately surrounded by media reporters, and Halle Berry also smiled sweetly. Director Greenberg, I'm Bella from the Los Angeles Times. Your new film has received a warm response from the audience. Do you predict whether the box office can surpass Happy Death Day? Hello, Bella. I'm confident in my film. The box office of Get Out will definitely surpass my first film. Wayne smiled at the camera. He was willing to do anything that would help the box office of the film. Hello, Miss Halle Berry. Is your relationship with director Greenberg still stable? When are you going to get engaged? Halle Berry immediately showed an even sweeter smile, looking up at Wayne, her eyes full of admiration. We are in a good relationship now. You know, Wayne is very busy with work, so we haven't discussed the engagement yet. Director Greenberg, the nights in Los Angeles are always full of lights and wine, but at this time in a suburban villa, there is only a table lamp on, illuminating only a small area in the house. I heard that Wayne's new film will have a media preview tonight. Adam Goodman is completely no longer as high-spirited as he was a year ago. He has a long beard and looks particularly decadent. His agent Javier looked at his state and had to tell the truth. Yes, Warner Brothers has invited a large number of media and film critics to promote his new film in advance. Adam Goodman was not surprised at all. He just listened silently and took a sip from the wine glass in his hand from time to time. Don't think too much, Adam. The agent was afraid that he would do something irrational again and looked at his client worriedly. I didn't think too much. Wayne Greenberg is sure to lose this time. Adam laughed as he said this. My father used his last favor to let me stay in the crew of Far and Away. I won't let him down. His opponent this time is not me, but Tom Cruise and Universal Pictures. I heard that their film doesn't have any first-line stars, but we have Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. He has absolute confidence in the film he participated in. Although the director of Far and Away is Ron Howard, it is not a film led by him at all, but as long as he can beat Wayne once, it's enough, isn't it? And he was very sure that Universal Pictures would never easily let his film threaten their own Far From Earth. Some things did not require him to use his brain at all, but it was a pity that he understood it too late. At the same time, in another mansion not far from Greenberg Manor, which also belonged to Mulholland Drive, several people were also talking about Wayne's new film. A middle-aged woman walked up to Tom Cruise with a fax and put the fax on the coffee table. Tom, the fan survey data of Get Out. Pat Kingsley pointed at the fax on the coffee table. There were basically no secrets between the 6 Hollywood giants, and Warner Brothers did not deliberately hide these things. They wish someone would help them promote for free. Pat Kingsley knew the habits of his clients. Although his dyslexia had been cured, he still didn't like to look at these data. Warner Brothers has received 407 feedbacks in total, and more than 95% of the audiences have chosen a rating above A, which at least shows that the word of mouth among moviegoers is very good. Tom Cruise stroked his teacup with his hand. He understood what his agent meant. Word of mouth among moviegoers can be completely converted into box office figures, which is different from professional word of mouth. Nicole, I remember the heroine of this film is your fellow Australian, right? Pat suddenly asked Mrs. Cruise, who was sitting next to him. In fact, Nicole Kidman and her husband did not regard this film as a competitor. Only Pat Kingsley has always attached importance to this matter. Yes, Naomi Watts, we have a good relationship. I remember that, when she first came to Los Angeles, she attended our fellow countrymen's gathering. Of course she remembered her fellow countryman, but she didn't see him much later. Can we make a breakthrough from her? Pat. Tom Cruise interrupted her. No need, Pat, it's just a low-budget thriller. Try not to use means outside the rules. The little director is backed by Warner Brothers and Time Warner. Universal Pictures is here, so we don't need to worry about these things. Although there is both competition and cooperation between these Hollywood giants, there is also a basic tacit understanding, and it is impossible to compete without a bottom line. Pat, we should focus on Paramount's Skynet Pursuit and Disney's Home Alone, especially Disney's films. Although director Chris Columbus is not well known, he is particularly good at directing this type of film. Thanks to the book friend Chang Yu for the reward. Thank you for the encouragement. Chapter 75 opening. Pat Kingsley didn't think so. He always felt that the director was a threat. Tom, the films you mentioned are all more than 2 weeks away from our Far From Home. Only Get Out is the closest to us. I got the news that Warner Brothers is going to premiere the film in mid-May. It is basically certain that it will collide with our film. Tom Cruise always felt that his agent was making a fuss. Why did he have to focus on the thriller with only a few $1 million in investment? Pat, Tom's name is a guarantee of box office success. Nicole Kidman put down the magazine in her hand and looked at Tom Cruise with pride. It would be better if that film could be released at the same time as Far From Home. It would be much better than Home Alone or Skynet. Pat Kingsley didn't say much. That's right. In this era, where box office depends on superstars, the name Tom Cruise represents box office success. Universal Pictures' investment in Far From Home is much more generous than Warner Brothers. In addition to Tom Cruise, this film also stars Nicole Kidman, and the director is also a veteran like Ron Howard. Universal Pictures is very optimistic about the prospects of this film. Since Top Gun, Tom Cruise has always been a guarantee of movie box office success. So far, he has almost never failed in any movie. The box office appeal and influence of Hollywood's top stars are definitely incomprehensible to fans more than 10 or 20 years later. The City of Angels, which has been baked by the sun all day, finally had its temperature dispelled by the cool breeze at night. In front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater, groups of media reporters appeared, holding long guns and short guns. Friday, May 14th. 1992, the second weekend of May, started early this morning, and Get Out opened in 2,088 theaters across the United States. Warner Brothers also held a small premiere for the film. No other stars were invited to the premiere of this film, only some media reporters, and there were no crowds of fans around, only a simple red carpet. From the end of the film's production to now, Warner Brothers has invested in Get Out publicity funds that are almost the same as its production costs. The subsequent publicity and promotion plans will all depend on the performance of the film before they will decide whether to implement them. What made Warner Brothers feel tricky was that Universal Pictures Far and Away held a grand premiere on Thursday, which was yesterday. In addition to Tom Cruise and his wife, many first-line big-name stars came to help. They can't change the schedule. The summer vacation is coming soon. Young people in school will have holidays. They have always been the main force of North American movie watching. Starting from this weekend, a self-made film will be released every other week. The publicity and promotion plan made a few months ago has no room for adjustment. The silver Rolls-Royce slowly drove to the red carpet, and Wayne walked on the red carpet with Halle Berry. The reporters waiting at the entrance of the theater picked up various cameras and pointed them at the two people who were walking quickly. Instantly, the flashlights illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. I just received a call from the company. It seems that there are not many fans who bought tickets for Far From Earth. James came back after watching the premiere and said that the film was not as exciting as he imagined. It doesn't look like a Tom Cruise style movie. Bella held a recorder and said to the photographer who was taking pictures on the red carpet, "It seems that this low-budget movie still has hope. As long as it is not squeezed to death by Tom Cruise in the first weekend, the two films have different audiences. Get Out may reach Warner's planned box office." The photographer is also a veteran in the circle. He can still understand the situation. "Hurry, Bella, the young director is about to go in. Let's go interview him first." Bella took a few quick steps and stopped Wayne in the interview area at the entrance of the theater. "Hello, Director Greenberg. I'm Bella Grant, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times. I have interviewed you before." Looking at the recorder in front of him, Wayne couldn't help but glance at the reporter. She has long blonde hair and a thin waist, but her white shirt is stretched up high. This beautiful reporter has chosen the wrong industry. She should be a model or an actor. "Hello, Bella." He was not opposed to the interview. Nina followed him all the time. If there was a sensitive question, Nina would remind him immediately. Director Greenberg, Tom Cruise's Far and Away is also released today. With such a strong competitor, do you think the first weekend box office of Get Out can meet expectations? After hearing the question, Nina gently poked Wayne with her hand. She reminded Wayne that he should answer this question carefully and try not to let the reporter provoke competition with that film. "Of course, I have confidence in my film," Wayne said with a smile. "Do you think it is possible for Get Out to surpass the box office of Far and Away and win the weekend championship? We all know that your last film created a miracle and won the weekly box office championship." Before Wayne could think of a suitable answer, Nina poked him in the waist again. But he was not afraid of offending people by speaking carelessly. Hollywood is in competition all the time, from big movie companies to small actors. If you are afraid of competition, you will never succeed. This weekend's box office champion is Get Out. Other films have no chance. After Wayne finished speaking, he did not give her the opportunity to ask questions again. He pulled Halle Berry, who was smiling in front of the camera, and walked directly into the theater. In this simple premiere, except for the invited media reporters, the remaining seats were filled with fans. There were no stars standing on the stage, and no major companies were supporting him. Wayne saved the trouble of socializing and sat directly in the middle of the first row of the theater. It didn't take long for the other main creators to come in one after another. Will Smith, Naomi Watts and other leading actors also sat in the first row waiting to start. Wayne. Will Smith called him across Naomi in the middle. "To be honest, this premiere is not as lively as I imagined." Wayne shrugged helplessly. What could he say? Should we tell Will Smith that, apart from Warner Brothers, no one cares about their small production, and no one is willing to help organize a show? Will, be patient. The success or failure of a movie is still determined by the box office, not the excitement of the premiere. Will Smith leaned back in his chair and straightened his clothes. He thought the premiere would be a lively scene with fans, media, and celebrities, so he wore a formal suit. Naomi tilted her head and stared at all Barry since she came in. The black girl sat quietly without saying hello to anyone. It was not until Wayne looked over and made eye contact with Naomi that she leaned to the right and whispered to him, "I heard a piece of news that might interest you. The attendance rate of Far and Away was very low today. The combination of Tom Cruise and Ron Howard might not reach the expected box office of Universal Pictures." "How did you know?" Wayne looked at her in confusion, then whispered, "Don't pay attention to others, just do what we should do. You have to believe in my ability." "But I also heard." Naomi Watts moved closer and whispered in his ear, "Tom Cruise's agent Pat Kingsley wants to use some means to ensure that the film starring his client can win the box office championship." Wayne pushed her head away and stopped her from getting closer with his eyes. "This is not a problem you should worry about. Warner Brothers will solve the problem. Do you think Warner will make it easy for them as one of the big six? What you should worry about is the promotional roadshow that will start soon." Naomi rolled her eyes and slumped in her chair. Sitting on Wayne's left, Halle Berry, who had not spoken a word, glanced at the blonde beauty with the corner of her eyes and silently uttered a word. "Bixx." Wayne looked back again before the lights in the theater went out. Only when he was sure that the huge theater was indeed full of ordinary moviegoers did he feel relieved to focus on the movie that was about to start. After the lights in the theater went out, Bella, who had just been interviewing at the door, lowered her head and quietly sat in the back seat. She is a senior movie fan, and her job as a media reporter provides her with a rare convenience for watching movies, so she has to watch a new movie every time she finishes work. Bella had just sat down when the huge screen lit up and the opening animation of Warner Brothers appeared. There was no subtitle introduction immediately, and after the director's name appeared, the plot of the movie immediately began. The sunny opening, the black guy with a warm smile and the beautiful appearance of the white girl immediately made the audience focus on the screen. Bella knew that this combination was very uncommon. The history of this country is a history of confrontation between blacks and whites. Black people have their own way of life, and white people have their own, and they usually don't bother each other. The story continues. Chris, a 26-year-old black boy, is a professional photographer with a small career. He lost his parents when he was young and is very motivated and hardworking. He has a beautiful and gentle white girlfriend, Ruth. After 4 months of sweet dating, Ruth invited Chris to her home. As Ruth's first black boyfriend, Chris was a little nervous, but his girlfriend Rose told him that her parents did not discriminate against African Americans, and the town where her family lived did not discriminate against African Americans. So the black guy Chris and his girlfriend set out on the way home. On the way, his girlfriend hit a deer because of nervousness. Deer? Bella felt as if she understood what the director meant. Although she ignored the previous details, she was sure that this was definitely a film from the perspective of racial issues. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.